everybody. Hello, everybody. This is Kyle Peach. Hello, everyone. This is Kyle Peach in the News Channel 15 newsroom. We have a severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about. This is a warning in for Wabash and Edwards counties. We'll get the radar in motion here for you and kind of track things in a little bit here. As you can see, we have some hail core there in northern Wabash County, around the Lancaster area. As we tighten in here, we'll pull out and actually turn hail trackers on for you here as well. So some pretty sizable hail. We have seen hail reports throughout the day here today, and that is what we are dealing with here. So the National Weather Service has issued that severe thunderstorm warning. Located near Albion, moving east at 45 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail will be possible with this line of storms. The Weather Service tracking this, and again, we've had reports earlier throughout the day of severe thunderstorms producing some hail in the area. Most notably, we had a couple of reports of quarter-sized hail in the Olney and Calhoun. Check that, the Olney and Claremont areas, as well as in Bridgeport with this storm. So we continue to track that for you here. The severe thunderstorm warning also. We're, again, trying to get updated information here from the National Weather Service on this particular storm, as we we're in the process of setting up our live streaming coverage on our website, and got a little bit caught off guard, I would say, by the storm that is impacting Wabash County now. So this severe thunderstorm warning for Wabash, mainly Wabash counties, although Edwards County is still technically in this, very eastern Edwards County, primarily talking about areas east of Bone Gap and in Browns. Other than that, it is Wabash County in this particular warning. But it goes until 5 o'clock at the Weather Service saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail were the main threats with any storms that would form with this particular storm, I should say. So that's what we're watching right now. Let me work on getting you into the latest here from the National Weather Service. Let's see here if I can get that going. We'll get into our direct link here to the National Weather Service as we continue on here. But again, you can see the greatest threat for hail right along the northern Wabash County area looks to be in the vicinity of the region, kind of right along the Lancaster to Allendale area is where it appears that the greatest threat for hail is falling at this particular point in time, if there is hail actually falling from the sky. So we are watching that at this moment, and we are continuing to look at this now from the National Weather Service in trying to get the latest information here. Again, we had some reports of some hail earlier in the day, so wouldn't be surprised to see hail now. We've also heard folks talking about the probability of the probability, at least, of there being another round of severe storms. And again, we do believe that is still going to be the case here later tonight when the main event will come through. But again, hail, damaging winds, those are the main threats with storms right now. And you can see as the radar reloads, we'll be reloading for all of us here soon, both on air and on the stream. You can see that we have, again, the strongest threat for hail in northern Wabash County right now. As we continue to get this to unfold for us here, we are looking for let's see here, trying to get going with the weather service here. As we again try to, looks like we may have lost our internet connection on top of everything else on my laptop here, so stand by as I get that reconnected. Now it looks like we're back in and connected, so sorry about that. So we are again getting all connected here with the National Weather Service, and again that is what we are all about. We love having this chat service, this direct link, if you will, with the National Weather Service, as it is, again, a real-time information providing tool from folks that we get from the Weather Service. We're linked up there with storm spotters, as well as other members of the media and members of the National Weather Service, all of whom will provide us with information as we get information in, as they get information in. Starting to hear some heaviest rain here in the Wabash County area. Looking for other storm reports. There have been several reports of hail talking about northern and central Illinois. So we've also had, as we have been talking about as being a possibility, some pretty hefty wind gusts along the way, and heavy rain too. So we're looking at that. The National Weather Service indicating that the timing for the second round, the squall line, if you will begin probably in our area about 9 o'clock or so, continuing through 11 p.m. Looks to be the prime time for that second and major line. But now through 8 o'clock, we're going to have these, what they call supercell storms that have the potential of forming. And so that is something that we're watching out for here. The severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Wabash, East Central Edwards, and northern Gibson counties. The warning now has been canceled for Edwards County, and it's just, which we thought it might be, just a Wabash County warning at this point. The Weather Service saying for the Wabash County area that the thunderstorm near St. Francisville, 9 miles northeast of Mount Carmel, moving east at 45 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail possible in the Mount Carmel and Allendale areas. Want to go ahead and check in with our local weather station here. So far today, our top wind gust has been 34 miles per hour. That is not what we're seeing on the outside today. That was, or with this storm, I should say, that was earlier in the day, not today. We have picked up now over 1/4 of an inch, or right at 1/4 of an inch of rain here at our Wabash Valley College studios, and the way it's coming down, there will be more. Forecasters indicating that between 2 and 3 inches of rain could be falling across the entire region until through the rain coming to an end early on Wednesday morning in the pre-dawn hours. Looks like when the rain threat will come to an end. So as we continue to watch as these storms rumble through the area, again, uh, this is the folks up in Richland County have already been under a warning at least twice today. Lawrence County was under a warning. Northern Wayne County has been under a warning. Now Edwards and Wabash counties, and even White County was under a warning earlier. So this is probably just about, would this be the third round of storms for the day? I'm not entirely sure on that, but that's what we're going to say. You can follow along on our News Channel 15 YouTube page with the latest on severe weather, as well as on News Channel 15 Live as we continue to bring this to you. And again, these storms are just kind of firing over the Mount Carmel and Albion areas right now. It is in the Mount Carmel and Allendale area where the warning is for. There are no other warnings on the board right now, but a lot of heavy rain is falling. And we note that there's another cell to the east of Wayne City, back in the Wayne County area as well. But none of these are prompting the warnings that the one in Wabash County is reporting. Let's see if we have anything else. The National Weather Service had talked about it, and one of the things that I think we should reiterate here is that the storms that we've seen earlier today, the rainfall throughout the day, even this storm system we're dealing with right now in the Mount Carmel and Allendale areas, the more we can have those storms now, the better served we'll be when that main line of storms would come through the area later tonight. That's because the storms will be, as they come in later tonight, looking for more instability to work with. And if that instability is taken out by other storms, then we could be talking about, less of a overall threat later tonight. Want to go ahead and pass along that there is now a tornado watch until 9 o'clock, and it replaced a portion of the previous tornado watch. So the Clay, Jasper, Lawrence, Richland County areas are now under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. And so that will again kind of update the timing of the watch. So that that still is 9 o'clock tonight for areas north of US 50, and then it goes, I believe it is until 11 o'clock tonight for areas south of US 50, as we continue to track all of these storms in the area at this point. So again, that is what we're dealing with on the outside. We didn't really have any significant wind here with any of the storms that we've tracked through the area. 34 was a gust this morning. We did not eclipse that with the storm in Wabash County right now. We are over 3/10 of an inch now for the day in terms of rainfall across our region. And again, about another 15 minutes left on this warning. What we're going to do is I'm going to kind of mute my microphone. We'll leave the radar up on your screen. For those of you watching on Channel 15, the actual television station, will kick you back into our replay of the Olney Central Wabash Valley baseball game from late last week. Our newscast will come your way at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock, and we'll break back into programming if there's anything else you need to know about. Stay tuned here on News Channel 15 for continuing storm coverage, both on air and online via our YouTube page. Hello, everybody. Kyle Peach back with you. A very crude transition for those of you watching on News Channel 15. This is Kyle Peach. You were watching a pre-recorded version of our local newscast, and we were right in the middle of our weather segment. We are back with you live because we have a new severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about. This is going to encompass parts of Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, and White counties, and it goes until 8 o'clock tonight. The National Weather Service is watching this closely for potentially the main thing is the development of damaging winds and hail. With this storm. Let me give you the particulars. The Weather Service says wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and half dollar size hail will be possible with these storms. Let me hop into the National Weather Service chat here and see what they are telling us about this severe thunderstorm warning. The forecast, the warning is officially for northern White, southeastern Wayne, all of Wabash, all of Edwards, and then into parts of Gibson and Posey counties in Indiana. The severe thunderstorm, Kyle Peach with you here on News Channel 15 Live. We are on the YouTube page. I had my mic muted on the television side. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, and I'll repeat this again. Northern White, southeastern Wayne, Wabash, Edwards, all of Wabash and all of Edwards County. So this is until 8 o'clock tonight. Weather Service Doppler radar about 5 minutes ago indicated a severe thunderstorm 8 miles west of Crossville. It's 8 miles north of Carmi, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Radar indicating 60 mile per hour winds and half dollar size hail will be possible with this storm. You can tell on the screen here, we do not yet have that warning polygon drawn. That's there it comes now. And also, I want to call your attention to the fact, let me refresh this as well on the live stream. We are getting one of our first intense rotation trackers of the day here. That does not necessarily mean that we're talking about something tornadic, but it certainly does bear watching. You see that intense rotation tracker ring there right along Interstate 64 north of Carmi. So that is something that we're going to watch with vested interest here over the next few minutes to see if this rotation continues to churn upward in any sort of way. That would obviously catch the attention of the folks with the National Weather Service. They are saying that severe parameters are still very favorable for severe storms over the next few hours. There is a cap, though, in place currently preventing storms from developing. If the storms can break through that cap, they'll become severe pretty quickly. When the front arrives, a line of storms is expected. So the Weather Service still banking on a line of severe thunderstorms that could cause for concern here tonight. No warnings north of Highway 50 at the moment, but we are kind of focused a little bit or a lot of it on this intense rotation tracker ring we're seeing there in northern White County. What I want to do, and I have to do it kind of two different places, so I beg your pardon for that, but we're going to do it first on the live stream on television. I'm going to turn off the intense rotation and turn on regular rotation. When we turn on regular rotation, we are only seeing a rotation tracker ring of 2. When that gets to 4 or 5, that usually gets us riled up a little bit. So we're only seeing 2 and some weak level rotation, nothing that is overly significant there, we believe, around Albion. But when we get that intense rotation tracker ring like what we were showing, or what we are showing, down around the Interstate 64 area north of Carmi, west of Grayville, we get kind of concerned, more concerned when we see that. They're right about the Edwards, Wayne, White County line, where all three counties come together, is where we're seeing that intense rotation tracker ring. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Again, the order right now from the National Weather Service is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect tonight for northern white. And you see the polygon, northern white, southeastern Wayne County, most of Edwards County, and Wabash County. That goes until 6 o'clock tonight. So back on with you now as we continue to follow along here with the severe weather threat that we are watching here tonight. The National Weather Service, again, getting out ahead of this a little bit. It's that cell that is right now kind of under really where that intense rotation tracker ring is. So let me turn that off momentarily just to give you a better view. It is that particular cell west of Mill Shoals that is where we are watching for that significant storm moving into the area. So Mount Carmel is being inundated with heavy rain right now, but it's not this storm that is prompting the warning. It is the storm back around Mill Shoals that is prompting the warning right along the White, Wayne, Edwards County lines. On the television side, we kicked over to our newscast again. We're going to keep you live with our severe weather coverage, though, because we are dealing with this severe thunderstorm warning encompassing a large portion of our area. You can follow the newscast anytime on our website, my15news.com. You can find the local news, but we'll stay live with you here on the television side. We continue to follow information coming in from the National Weather Service. We do not have anything to report from the Paducah office. We can tell you that a flood watch is in effect tonight until 10 o'clock for areas along and north of Highway 50, and the tornado watch there goes until 9. And the folks there at the National Weather Service, we have another member of the media that is indicating that we've got, and look at this, if you can see our latest hail tracker, which has been updated more soon on our live stream, and here it is now. Look at that hail size. Radar estimating west of Grayville 2 3/4 inch size hail possible with that storm. That is a dramatic hail signature there. Let's also track rotation. The intense rotation tracker ring is now gone, so that is good. But we are still seeing a level 2 rotation with that storm west of Grayville in southern Edwards County. It is moving to the north and east. I want to go ahead here behind the scenes here. It looks like if this storm holds its track, the track would take it west of Mount Carmel at this moment. At least the hail core would track west of Mount Carmel, likely in the area of Belmont, and then head straight northeast toward Allendale if that track holds. So that is what we're watching right now. Let me turn the tracker, the storm motion sensor here on the screen for our live stream viewers, and you can see that. Follow that line on that line coming out of that hail core west of Grayville, between Bird Prairie and Grayville along the interstate. If you follow that tracking line north, it is indicating that we could be talking about this passing west of Mount Carmel, kind of right along Belmont, and then right into Allendale for the heaviest part of that storm, if that holds together. Now, we do not have any storm spotter reports being relayed in from either White, Edwards, or Wabash counties at this point to the National Weather Service. And no news, as we say in this business often, is sometimes good news. So good that we're not seeing any sort of storm spotter reports, I would assume at this point, but it is something that does bear watching. We continue to follow We also will check out some various sites for information that we have here. We can tell you that storm shelters are opening tonight, both in Mount Carmel and in Carmi that we know of, that they have been publicly posted and shared with us. Joe Judge, the mayor of Mount Carmel, noting that the storm shelter for the city of Mount Carmel is opening at 6 o'clock tonight and will continue to be open until 2 a.m. So the shelter may not yet be open in Mount Carmel. The Carmi folks are telling us that the storm shelter there is going to be open in the public library basement as well. So for those under the warning there, that is what we can tell you at this point. We also had earlier afternoon reports of 1-inch diameter hail in parts of Lawrence County, Sumner, and Bridgeport. We had also in Claremont and in Olney. Getting a lot of beeps at us here from the National Weather Service. Let's see if they are talking about anything related to our area at this point. No, not yet, and we're still not seeing any sort of storm spotter information coming in, despite having seen that pretty significant hail core there between Burnt Prairie and Grayville. Rotation tracking still was at a level 2. The intense rotation tracker that we had on that storm at one point has now gone away. I'm going to turn off the hail tracker momentarily, just so you can get a better view of this storm as it tracks. They're coming through just west of Grayville in the Burnt Prairie area. They're tracking off to the north and east. And again, as that track continues to hold, if it holds, they are talking about, it looks like a beeline from Belmont to Allendale could be where this storm holds. Let's see if that tracker holds. It seems to, as the radar updates. And so, again, we'll leave that storm tracker on there. Going to update our hail tracker once again here. And again, still holding at that 2 3/4 inch potential for hail, and still a level 2 on our rotation tracker with this storm at this point. And so again, want to reiterate, Kyle Peach with you here kind of a mess. I had to run in from the outside to get live here with you on the air, both on our live stream, which you can find on the News Channel 15 Facebook page link, as well as on our YouTube page. We are live, and obviously live on News Channel 15 as well. We'll hop you back into the radar here on the video live stream on the internet, and you can see again one round of heavy rain pulling out of the Mount Carmel area, but maybe the worst storm that we've seen today could be gearing up for parts of at least Wabash County. In Mount Carmel, we have now picked up almost 3/4 of an inch of rain today since midnight. And our top wind gust still peaked at 34 miles per hour. That was earlier in the day outside of any severe weather. So we keep those things in mind as we progress here. You can see that this cell is just about to exit White County and to clear Interstate 64. So would expect to see White County to be dropped from the storm at some point soon. But certainly, if you are in the area of Belmont, it looks like that is probably the most incorporated area that we could be dealing with. And here it comes. They are canceling the severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne and Wayne and White counties, continuing it for Edwards and Wabash counties. We'll get the latest word here. Just the canceling of those areas, Wayne and White, because it had moved out of the area. The warning continues for Wabash, Edwards, and Gibson counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar-sized hail, Mount Carmel, Albion, Grayville, Belmont, Bone Gap, Kingsburg, and Browns in the path of this storm. let me go ahead and clear our, or at least refresh our warnings on the live stream screen for those watching on the internet that can see that graphic. So the severe thunderstorm warning now for Edwards and Wabash County only until 6 o'clock tonight. Again, continuing to try to monitor anything that may be coming in here from the National Weather Service in regards to this latest storm. And again, we kind of rely on storm spotters, as does the Weather Service at this point, to provide any additional information. We're talking about some rather remote, rural, unincorporated areas with these storms, and so that does sometimes cause issues for spotters to get out and about. But as you can see right there, a pretty significant hail signature return there coming out of the Burned Prairie to Grayville area. Looks like it's going to miss Grayville proper at this point, but will pass, if it holds, on the track that would take it from where it is now up to around Belmont, Browns, and then into Allendale, maybe missing the western edge of Mount Carmel, but we'll see as that cell continues to track. This warning continues for another 20 minutes until the top of the hour at 6 o'clock for Edwards and Wabash counties. Again, nothing here from any storm spotters at this point. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and I do want to reiterate, this is not the main line. This is not the main event. There is still more to come here tonight. Let me try and broaden out the view, and we can kind of see these supercells, as they're known, these cells that kind of pop out ahead of a line, popping out here. You see that stretching back from Mount Vernon up through, just pulling out of Newton was a cell. Good to see that hail core with that storm on this last update that we just got on the radar appears to have weakened a little bit, down to 1-inch diameter hail. But that storm passing just through Grayville, mainly on the north side. It's right along Illinois 130 right now between Albion and Grayville. And it continues to track to the north and east. That is shifting that track just a little further to the east than what maybe we had seen on the previous run. So that takes it probably more towards Belmont rather than Browns, and also a little closer to the western side of Mount Carmel, as well as eventually continuing into the Allendale area if that storm holds. We've also got a good little clap going on near Bone Gap right now, as that part of the cell, technically not the cell that is the warning is issued for, but certainly falls within the warning. So we have that right now. They are fighting off a fair amount of tornado warnings up in central Illinois. They were more under the gun today than we were. And so the tornado warnings up there out of our area at this point, thank goodness, we have not had any tornado warnings in our region here today. So good to see that hail signature returning a little less impressive numbers, down to 1-inch diameter. Going to turn off the hail tracker here momentarily, just so you can get a cleaner view of the image of the storm. But I want to point out to you, if you look around, south of Albion, kind of west of 130, you see a little black signature. That is where we really key in, and especially where that radar turns almost white. They're in two little cells, one north of Grayville, one a little further south of Albion. That's where hail is likely falling with this storm. So again, we're talking about the threat for damaging winds. We're talking about the threat for hail with this storm at this particular point. And we're not tracking any sort of storm spotter reports coming in with this storm at this time. continue. Every time you hear that little tick, that is some sort of alert coming in from the National Weather Service, and the folks at Lincoln, which covers the area to our north and our northern counties, Richland, Clay, Lawrence, and Jasper, they are saying that they are in the main event right now, within the throes of the significant tornado threat in that region. No more intense rotation being tracked. We do see level 2 of rotation continuing to track with this storm. And again, where we did see 2 3/4 inch possible hail with this storm, we're not seeing quite as much with it now. Sliding a little further south, again, we have seen numerous rounds of storm activity here today, and this warning will continue for about another 15 minutes or so. We'll stay live with you here on our severe weather coverage on News Channel 15 as we continue to monitor what's going on the outside. I'm going to move to my left to switch News Channel 15's television station feed back to our severe weather coverage. Hang on just a moment as we do that. And with that, we are back on as we were getting ready to restart our pre-recorded news broadcast. We didn't want to turn away from our severe weather coverage at this point because we're tracking this cell that is moving through southern Edwards County right now, and it's going to begin to enter into Wabash County. The main part of this cell is catching the north side of Grayville, not quite into the interstate anymore at Grayville, and it may graze, close call for Albion, but it looks like for the most part it's going to stay south of Albion, but track continuingly through towards the Belmont area and ultimately up into Allendale. Notice that the hail has really fallen off. We're not getting any sort of numeric return, which would mean under 1 inch size hail possible with that storm there. So that is certainly good news. We'll turn off the hail tracker to get a better view of the storm right now as it shifts a little further to the north. So again, we're monitoring the severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6 o'clock that is in effect for Edwards and Wabash counties at this point. And we continue to monitor the National Weather Service live feed here in our studio, looking for any sort of update from any storm spotters in the region, and we're just not getting any at this point. And again, as we've iterated to you before, if we're not getting any storm spotter reports, maybe that's a good thing. So at this point, we do not know of any hail that has officially fallen, although I would suspect somewhere, certainly back between Burnt Prairie and Grayville, there was some hail that fell at one point tonight. If you're watching us on our YouTube page, by all means, if you have anything to pass along, we would love to hear from you on our live chat there as we continue to follow this system through. As it will continue to be a long night, it appears, for us here in the area, watching this severe weather threat unfold. And again, we will continue to be with you here through the duration of the night. This, as we have said, and I want to reiterate one more time, this is not, I repeat, this is not the main event here. So this is not the main event of the evening, as we do expect the main event to come a little bit later here tonight. So Please be on guard once this storm passes through. We're still not done. We still have more to work through tonight. Nothing else has come into the National Weather Service out of Paducah. The folks up in Lincoln have their hands full right now. As we told you, the last bit of information that came in from the National Weather Service office in Paducah was to cancel the warning for Wayne and White counties for that cell that is now right along the Bumpaw, along the Edwards-Wabash County line. It is tracking into the Belmont area at this point. It looks like that cell will be large enough now as it kind of has expanded outward to probably encompass Mount Carmel. So certainly brace yourself here as we will be dealing with that in the Mount Carmel area here within the next little bit. So again, now is the time to get ready for this thunderstorm. And again, 60 mile per hour winds and hail were the main threats. We saw a pretty substantial hail tracker back when this storm first went severe. We were seeing hailstone estimated sizes of 2 3/4 of an inch, but now we're under an inch sized hail, but still seeing hail as a possibility inside of this storm. So I'll shift a little further here to the north. I'm going to actually pull out on our television side and realign some things here. Again, we're seeing some of these popcorn storms pop out ahead of the initial line. So again, the main line is still yet to come. These are those, as we call them, supercells that kind of pop out ahead of lines of storms, and that's what we're tracking right now, rumbling into the southern sections now of Wabash County, eastern and southern Edwards County, Albion just being grazed by this storm right now. And again, we continue to keep up with our National Weather Service direct link, and we're just not getting anything here from storm spotters. Let's see if we have any different scenarios here. Checking additional, nothing new yet. Let's check in with the Illinois Wabash County EMA folks and see if they have anything to report. And at this point, not seeing anything there. So again, we'll just continue to kind of monitor various sources for information that we could potentially be getting in here. But as of right now, we do not have anything new to share about this storm, other than it doesn't look as intense from a hail perspective as it did earlier. But certainly the Mount Carmel area is getting ready to get grazed by this. It does appear to be pulling out of the southeastern part of Albion, where it was felt a little worse than the rest of Albion. Looks like Bone Gap might miss this one as this continues to track off to the north and to the east. Again, by the time it's all said and done, rain will come to an end sometime early, it appears, in the pre-dawn hours of Wednesday morning. And forecasters saying 2.5 inches or more of rain could fall in the area. Again, I want to point out that our top wind gust here at Wabash Valley College Studios today came in at 34 miles per hour earlier today in a non-thunderstorm related non-severe storm-related situation. We're up to almost 0.8 of an inch of rain here at our studios in Mount Carmel today. 0.79 is where we stand at the moment. And we are getting now reports of hail 6 miles north of the college in Mount Carmel. Thanks to Russ Carey for that report. Wonder if Russ has any estimate on size at this point there. But we are getting reports of hail north of the college in Mount Carmel, which might be associated more with that cell just to the north. Let's see if we get any sort of update on that as we look to try to relay some of that into the National Weather Service. And again, the heaviest part of this cell is getting ready to enter into the Mount Carmel area at this point. So the heaviest part that Mount Carmel will see, the city of Mount Carmel is going to be seeing here shortly. Of an interesting note, we can tell you the difference in temperature down in southwest Indiana. It's 80 degrees in Boonville and 66 degrees in Elberfeld. That's kind of the difference of temperature that is being reported there. So, again, we have had reports now of some hail confirmed with this storm system that is in the area. Certainly, I would think there was some pretty significant hail along Interstate 64 down in White County earlier with this system, as it really was showing an more impressive hail signature than it is really right now. Again, this warning goes until 6 o'clock, so another 5 more minutes. We'll see if the Weather Service is going to be interested in extending that warning or not. Still our top wind gust at 35 miles per hour. I believe, I may have misspoke there. Let's get a new read on that. I believe it's 34. Yeah, it is 34 miles per hour. And let's see, Russ is telling me that it was about dime-sized hail reported in Wabash County, about 6 miles north of Mount Carmel, and it was passing fairly quickly, he said. So about dime-sized hail. I think that keeps it below severe criteria, but nonetheless, hail is hail at this point, and you certainly don't like that. Okay, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. So the warning is being extended now. It looks like this is going to include all of Wabash and east central Edwards County, as well as Gibson County, and it's going to go until 6:45. A severe storm located near Mount Carmel, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And so, again, we want to... I will update this for you, but again, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and I want to reiterate that the National Weather Service with this warning is also saying tornado possible. It is not a tornado warning, but when they issue verbiage like that, they're basically saying that the storm could prompt a tornado at any time without much warning at all. So, again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that will go until 6:45 tonight. And it is for Edwards and Wabash counties. Again, this warning, a new one, extending the old one, if you will, until 6:45. So we... Again, the Weather Service putting Mount Carmel, Albion, Lancaster, Allendale, Belmont, Kingsburg, and Browns in the path of this new severe thunderstorm warning. And so, again, we want to, again, call your attention to the fact that we are in the throes of this at this point here in the Mount Carmel area. Right now is the time to be practicing your severe weather safety plan at this point. And again, we want to reiterate the severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45 for Edwards and Wabash counties. This is actually a new severe thunderstorm warning compared to what we were just talking about, the previous warning that expires at 6 o'clock. So let me get this updated here to our social media channels. We'll also need to kick it back over to our feed on the TV station here momentarily as well. So a new severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 6:45 tonight here in News Channel 15's coverage area for Edwards and Wabash counties. We will get a redraw of this map here momentarily, which will probably update the polygon to include parts of Gibson County. Let's see if we have any information in here from the Weather Service. There is nothing new here with the warning, just an extension or really a new warning at this particular point in time. But again, we are watching this severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect for the News Channel 15 coverage area in Edwards and Wabash counties. It is time to be on guard here. The new warning goes until 6:45 tonight. It encompasses areas basically from Albion up to Bone Gap, north of Grayville, kind of that little triangle, and then all of Wabash County, in essence, are in the path of this storm. Let's see if we're getting new information in here. Nothing for us. Let's go ahead and I want to keep an eye on our wind gust. We're still have not surpassed that 34 mile per hour gust that was this morning. Have to keep an eye again on the potential for hail. Let's try to do a hard refresh on the radar data here to see if we get that new polygon or not. That would take this warning into Gibson County, and there we got it on the television side. Let's see if we can get it on the there it is. You're seeing it now on the video side on the YouTube and Facebook live stream. So we've got that warning now that it goes until 6:45 tonight. So another 43 minutes still on this new warning. And we continue to follow what the Weather Service might be reporting to us on this one. As we continue to update you here, this is another severe thunderstorm warning for Wabash County. Again, hail is the possibility. It looks like the greatest threat for hail may be right over Mount Carmel right now, especially on the north side of town, up to 1 inch in diameter hail possible with that storm as it moves through. And we've seen hail in the central part of this storm be a threat tonight for much of the region. Some of the area has already seen hail. We had quarter-sized hail earlier in parts of Lawrence and Richland counties. Also had a report of dime-sized hail here in Wabash County as well, as part of this line of storms. Go ahead and broaden out our radar view, and again, kind of keeping an eye on any other storms that might be popping out behind these popcorn storms that are firing right now, as we continue to keep an eye to the sky for you here. Again, we are now approaching an inch of rain for the day here at our Wabash Valley College studios. 91 hundredths of an inch of rain has fallen at our studios since midnight. And again, we're forecasted to receive potentially as much as 2 inches or more by the time all the storms are done on Wednesday morning early. And we keep getting new alerts here, but a lot of those are in Indiana at this point. Heavy rain certainly falling now in the Mount Carmel area at this point. So that is the latest here. We are continuing to watch additional information. I have not turned on our tracker rotation trackers here as of late, and we are seeing just 1s and 2s in terms of rotation, no intense rotation showing. And so that's all right. When we see that, we're not overly concerned, but again, we'll tighten down on the map here a little bit where we are seeing the activity at this particular point and time. Again, this warning goes until 6:45. What we will probably do, barring an additional warning here in the next little bit, is we may pop back over into our newscast on the television side here at 6:15 to get you the opportunity to see the newscast tonight on television. I think we have pretty much kind of taken that opportunity away from you at this particular point in time. So we'll try to kick it back over to our newscast for you at 6:15 on the television side, a refresh so you can see that, but we would obviously hop right back in with any severe information that we have to report to you. So right now here in our studio, here's what we can tell you. The severe thunderstorm warning continues until 6:45 for Edwards, Wabash, and Gibson counties. No storm spotter updates have come in to us in the studio yet. And again, as we say in this business, often no news is good news. So we'll take that as a positive, hoping that there aren't any reports out there that just aren't being relayed at this point. But the severe thunderstorm warning does go until 6:45. I would expect probably pretty soon Edwards County would be dropped from that warning as the activity is looking to kind of push out of the Edwards County area here. I would say relatively soon. It may hang on well enough there. The again, the Weather Service keeping an eye on. Again, the weather term here is the cap, which basically is not allowing the storms to really develop to their greatest potential. Weather Service officials saying that when or if that cap would break, given the instability in the area, it could go really big storm-wise quickly. Again, that's what they're saying at this point. Let's see. What do we have? Anything else coming in? Of course, we have that flood watch north of Highway 50 that the Weather Service will obviously be keeping an eye on as well for the heavy rainfall. I would imagine that we have cleared the 1-inch mark in rain. Nope, not quite yet. 97 100ths of an inch of rain here at our Wabash Valley College studios. Again, our wind down to 6 miles per hour. We did not top 30 miles per hour here with this storm. As it tracks through. And so that is the latest that we have here from the National Weather Service. Again, not a lot there. No significant storm spotter reports have come in at this point. Again, all of the alerts right now coming either from Indiana or from central Illinois outside of our area of responsibility up there. I don't even know if we can get, we can't get on the radar screen far enough north to catch anything there in central Illinois that they are firing lots of warnings for. It's just not in our area, which we're okay with at this point. This is, by the way, not the all clear. We may see a respite from storm activity, but the main line, the main event, is still expected to come through a little later here tonight. So stand by for that. No all clear coming here at any time soon. And last check, we were looking around that 9 o'clock time frame for the possibility of more damaging winds, hail, and the possibilities of tornadoes. Lots of, and I do mean lots of, tornado warnings sounding from central Illinois tonight. And in fact, I don't even believe it's going to show up on your screen, but I am seeing on my screen, which cuts your screen off a little bit. They're north and west of Greenville, where you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, that blue return there, that little bit of rain we're seeing, there is a tornado warning associated with that cell. And that is as close as we can show you anything tornadic on the screen at this point. Nothing new yet from storm spotters. That is the latest that we have here from the National Weather Service. We will continue to relay any information that we get in from you, our viewers, to anyone else with the National Weather Service. We try to keep them informed when you keep us informed. The Weather Service, again, out in full force today, keeping an eye on these on these storms. Here in just a couple of moments at 6:15, we will be clearing our television viewers over to our local news broadcast, but we will continue to monitor the storm situation, and we will be here to break in and let you know anything new or additional that comes out. We are, again, tracking potential for wind, hail, and again, eventually later tonight, the tornadic threat. But as of right now, nothing of that sort in our area. We did top out at 71 degrees today. That was about 9 degrees below the forecast high. And because we've seen so much rain, I think the one rain, cloud cover, and storm activity so far today, that will help our cause moving towards that latter storm threat. We're going to kick it back over to our television newscast on TV. I'm going to stay with you here on our live stream on YouTube via News Channel 15's YouTube page and Facebook, and we'll break in with any more updates you need to know on television as well as on live internet stream throughout the night. Stay with us here for our continuing coverage. Kyle Peach with you here on our YouTube and Facebook live stream as we have cleared the television broadcast back over to the newscast, so those folks can get our newscast anchored by Aiden Karcher tonight there as we continue to stay with you here on the internet following the possibility of this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6:45 here tonight. Kyle Peach with you here in our News Channel 15 studios as we, again, are going to be here, it looks like, for a long time tonight, tracking different lines of severe thunderstorms. We're seeing kind of the, I don't like to use the word end, but we're seeing the back edge of these supercell development thunderstorms moving into parts of Wayne, Edwards counties right now. Certainly the storm that is in Mount Carmel was in that same vein earlier. But those are kind of coming to an end, it appears, as we get ready for the main line, which is still not even showing on the radar here locally. And we'll continue to monitor for that hopefully last severe weather threat that may be coming our way for the night. As we get another radar refresh here, again, we see a little bit of a cell in southern Edwards County that really just got its start there in northern White County, now in southern Edwards, that may have a small hail signature with it. We've also got a decent size little storm passing east of Fairfield, north of Fairfield, and north of Albion, and certainly along that line from east of Louisville, east of Sisney, north and east of Fairfield, and now south of Albion, the kind of the back edge right now of those popcorn supercell style thunderstorms. So we are again under a warning here in Wabash and Edwards counties until 6:45 as we'll tighten down the radar for you on the warned area a little bit so you can see what we're seeing here in relation to these severe storms. We have been dealing with some heavy rain today, whereas we are closing in on the 1 inch mark. I keep thinking every time I look at our instrumentation we're going to be there. But so far we're not yet. 98 100ths in our gauge here at our Wabash Valley College studios. You see that the cell that prompted the warning for Wabash and Edwards counties has now extended into Knox County in southern Indiana, where they now have a warning issued there. And so we glad to have you along with us here as we continue to follow the latest with severe weather at this particular point. Glad to have you along. If you come across anything, be sure to shoot us a message somehow, some way, through our Facebook message page or otherwise, with any storm reports you may have from your area, so that we can relay those not only to our viewers but to the National Weather Service. Let's see if there is any additional information coming in here. And again, I thought we saw an update there from Paducah, but it was not Paducah. So we'll continue to follow this severe weather event here for a little while longer, anticipating a slight pause at some point for our severe weather coverage for the night. Until that main line would track through here in just a little bit. Getting a lot of returns here and beeps. Let's see what we can figure out here. Let's see here, and just to kind of give you some updated information. Again, kind of go quiet when nothing's really happening out there. We are under a severe thunderstorm warning, so we don't want to pass that by. And the warning staying active, perhaps because of that second cell that now has entered the warning polygon there, moving into Albion, Belmont, Browns. Right now, kind of a secondary cell, and we're seeing more development back there around Mill Shoals as well that could be pushing in here. And let's see here. So what I was going to say was new information. The folks in Jefferson County announcing that their command center is now open and operational for storms that will be coming along that main line tonight. So again, we're not done with the severe weather threat tonight by any stretch, as these are all supercells out ahead of the main line. This is not the main line of thunderstorms. We've left our hail tracker on. We can turn on the rotation tracker a little bit, and again, none of this that we're seeing on our maps right now are indicating any bit of rotation in Illinois with these supercell storms. So the hail threat is what we're dealing with predominantly right now. We have not dealt with any wind at this point. So that's where we are right now. Again, we had hail reports earlier in central northern Wabash County. We had hail reports up around Sumner and Bridgeport, as well as in Claremont and Olney today with these storms that fired earlier. And again, I think our biggest severe threat, if the cap that is kind of putting a cap on storm development fails in the atmosphere, we could really see our worst severe weather threat coming up here in a little bit. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect as part of this for Gibson County is canceled. The severe thunderstorm warning remains until 6:45 for Wabash and Edwards counties. This is a new issuance by the Weather Service. They are saying that the severe thunderstorm located 7 miles east of Albion, so it is that second storm moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail will be possible. Again, that's that second storm. Now, there's the one storm that started the warning that is now up around Allendale. The second storm is now between Albion, Belmont, and almost to Mount Carmel. That is what is keeping this warning going for Wabash and Wabash and Edwards counties. So that's what we have there for you right now. 6:25 here on your Monday night. There is the possibility we could be dealing with some severe thunderstorms again tomorrow, although it appears that the greatest threat for that will be down to the south, especially south of Interstate 64. Looks like that's where the greatest severe threat will be on your Tuesday. But this threat tonight could go into the overnight hours, at least for some portions of the tri-state area. So, nonetheless, storm spotters in at least some areas are out and about. And as we get any information in from them, we will be sure to make sure you know about it. So the severe thunderstorm warning for Wabash County and for Edwards County, it goes until 6:45, and that will continue. I don't know that the forecasters, the Weather Service, will ever get around to expiring that warning. But nonetheless, that is why we're here with you at this point. The warning was dropped for Gibson County. And again, the latest in from the Weather Service office in Paducah indicated that the warning was canceled for Gibson County. And again, we're talking about the warning, in essence, being in effect for that second storm that we were showing you there on radar. We'll kick you back to that radar image there to kind of give you the update as we see it there. At 6:30, we'll bring back in our News Channel 15 viewers, at least momentarily, to provide them a live update as to what is going on with the weather alerts. There is a lot of information. Some folks are getting kind of chippy on the chat in the National Weather Service in Central Illinois, especially as it relates to how the storm sirens are being sounded in the various parts of the region there tonight. So that's always interesting. Let's go ahead, and we are seeing our rotation tracker come back to life on this storm as it moves into central Wabash County. We're getting a level 2 return on the rotation tracker with the storm. That's basically, we're seeing that right over the Belmont area. And so we will keep an eye on that. Going to bring our News Channel 15 television viewers live with us here for just a moment before you go back into our newscast to remind you, to tell you that our severe thunderstorm warning continues until 6:45 for Edwards and Wabash counties. A second storm has moved right behind the first, where you're seeing that 2-level of rotation on the screen. That is where that second storm is located. We'll turn that off, and we're also getting a pretty substantial hail return now on that storm, about 1¼ inch size hail, radar estimating, falling right along the Browns and Belmont area at this point. If that continues on its track, that would move it into the Allendale area once again for tonight. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 6:45 for Edwards and Wabash counties for that second storm following behind the first. And we'll continue to keep you updated. For those of you on television, it's back now to the news on News Channel 15. And for those of you here on the live stream on the web, on the internet, through YouTube and Facebook, our website, we're back with you here as we updated our television viewers. Again, this storm is getting a little stronger right now. It does appear in central Wabash County. We're going to take just a quick pause, and I'll be right back with you here on News Channel 15. Stay tuned. Back here with you live after that little pause there. We can tell you that, again, we continue to track this storm, the severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6:45. About another 15 minutes on that warning in central Edwards and Wabash counties. We're seeing, again, the rotation tracker up to a level of 2, and the hail tracker showing 1¼ inch hail. They're right over the top of each other is where we're seeing that. Let me try to turn off the rotation tracker so we can follow the hail tracker, and I also want to turn off hail tracker for a moment just to kind of see where you see on the when you see on the screen that white and black area there, right along Illinois Route 15. Put my cursor right over the top of that there. Which I don't know if you can see my cursor on the screen or not, but right into Wabash County, right across the Wabash-Edwards County line. That's really close to Belmont. That's where the hail threat is right now with that storm. And if that track continues to hold, it looks like the hail threat would move towards the Allendale area. That would be the area with the greatest potential for seeing the hail there. And so as we, again, watch with a vested interest on this second storm that is followed behind the first, the question is, will there be any more development back behind it? And we are seeing a little bit of development there south and west of Grayville. So if that continues to develop, we could get another wave of these pop-up supercell style storms before they kind of push out of the area. Again, the one thing that is a good thing is with this, as we've said, the more storms, the more clouds, those types of things that we tend to get, the more instability gets taken out of the atmosphere. Not saying that we won't get warnings when that big line comes through later tonight. But we will tell you that it does at least make it a little bit more likely that we wouldn't have to deal with any substantial superstorms like that. I'm going to try on another computer monitor that I am looking at here to, let me see if I can pull up a broader radar. I don't know if I'll be able to show you, but I can certainly look at it on the screen here just to kind of get a better handle on where that main line is. And so that main line is right now stretching from a Springfield through St. Louis back to Springfield, Missouri line. So that's where the main line is. All of what we're seeing right now is out ahead of that main line. So there will be a little bit of a respite, it appears, for us tonight, provided these supercells stop popping here before that main line arrives. I do want to reiterate to you here that a severe thunderstorm warning continues now just for Wabash County, as the storm that prompted the warning has moved out of Edwards County. But ping pong ball size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds will be possible. This weather service saying that the severe thunderstorm was near Mount Carmel, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And so, again, Edwards County has been dropped from the warning, and Mount Carmel, Lancaster, and Allendale in the warning here from the National Weather Service. And we are getting reports of 1/4 to 3/4 inch size hail now in parts of Wabash County. So we're seeing more hail now returning to the map across the area, thanks to Russ Carey for passing that along to us. And again, we're kind of seeing that hail core pass west of Mount Carmel, right over central Wabash County. So again, the National Weather Service just indicating in our group chat that the large hail, a good chance of large hail being reported in central Wabash County. So 1/4 to 3/4 inch size hail. We've got a pretty substantial hail core right there in central Wabash County, and we're up to 1 3/4 inch size hail with that hail estimator that comes with our radar here in studio. I'm going to hop back in live on television with our folks, so hang on one moment here on the live stream. Kyle Peach back with you here on News Channel 15. The National Weather Service is indicating that there is a good chance of some substantial hail in Wabash County right now. And we are getting reports of 1/4 to maybe up to quarter-sized hail, near 3/4 of an inch or more in central Wabash County. So that would be 1 inch diameter hail being reported by a viewer to us in central Wabash County. You see on the screen that dark black shaded area, that is indicating where we are seeing the greatest hail threat. That does not appear to be moving into Mount Carmel proper, but it could be moving into the heart of Allendale here soon if that hail core continues to strengthen. The radar is estimating 1 3/4 inch size hail being possible with that storm, and it has only intensified in the last few minutes. So again, We wanted to break into our newscast to let you know that here live in studio tonight, we are tracking the probably some of the biggest hail threat we've seen in Wabash County with these storms tonight. It's right over the heart of Mount Carmel, where you see that black signature in the central Wabash County. That is where the greatest hail threat is falling. It is literally in central Wabash County at this point. So, again, we want to reiterate that to you, that we're getting those reports in. Suggested that there would be substantial hail in Wabash County, and the fact that we're getting a report here into our studio also coming in right now to us. So that is where we're at right now. And again, if you're in central Wabash County, if you're going to be into the in the Allendale area here over the next few minutes, if this holds, this is the time to be on guard for that, as that is potentially some significant hail in parts of central Wabash County. And we're going to try to rejoin our newscasts here right now on TV, so stay with us. So back to the newscast on the television side. And I'm trying to update our Facebook page here as well. So the National Weather Service is, again, they have indicated that they thought that we were going to be looking at hail, and it appears that, in fact, we are dealing with hail here in the Wabash County area. I don't know that I ever changed our graphic to remove Edwards County from the warning. It is now just Wabash County under the warning until 6:45. My apologies for that. But we do have that going on right now. Let's see what else may be coming in from the Weather Service. As we see that hail core continuing to track through central Wabash County. Let me go ahead up and turn our hail tracker back on. Again, we've kind of seen that slide back to that 1-inch diameter hail at this point. And inch diameter hail also now earlier being reported in the Allendale area as well. So we're getting multiple hail reports now into the Wabash County area. Looks like the greatest threat for hail is still south of Allendale, north of Mount Carmel. Best guess is that's putting it around the Lick Prairie Church area, if I'm getting you a ballpark location for the greatest threat for hail at this point. As the Weather Service now is, let's see, is there any additional information here? There is not. Let's check rotation quickly. Level 1 rotation with that storm in central Wabash County. That's very light rotation at this particular point with the storm. I'm going to go ahead and again, we're pull out to a broader view of the radar. What we're seeing up there around Hillsboro, Greenville, Vandalia, that's the main line that stretches back through St. Louis, and as that continues to track and build into the area. That's the main event that'll be coming in later tonight. Let me see if we can get any sort of, and it is, all of that is moving off to the northeast, so the part of it that's going to impact our area we're not able to see on the map right now at this point. Getting reports now of quarter-size hail in Allendale. And let's see here. Let me get out of this. I think we may have a video coming in of the hail. So let's get back here. I'm going to try to find a way to get you this hail video. Luke Bunting, a friend of ours, has been kind enough to share that video with us here online. We'll try to get that pulled up for you on the screen here momentarily. You can definitely hear it. You can definitely, as no doubt you are hearing it in the background there. I've got to try to get this to myself a little bit in a little bit easier fashion to do something with. So bear with me as I attempt to do that. And then I will hopefully have it to show you on the screen here in just a moment. The warning goes until 6:45, and again, I don't want to be playing that. Sorry for the audio there, but we are again dealing with some pretty substantial hail there in the northern part of the county. Trying to also get this relayed to the National Weather Service so that they can see it there. Now, let me try to find another way to get this to you here on the live stream. I'm going to bring it back live here as I start to mess around here with that live stream. And then let me get, I got to get logged in here to our account to be able to present that to you, of the hail falling there in northern Wabash County in the Allendale area. So stand by for that as we work to get that all connected here. And again, we get all of these notifications that come into us. Again, stand by with me here as we attempt to try and get this going. Again, the severe threat appears to be primarily in northern Wabash County at this point. Obviously, the hail falling there in the Allendale area. And again, I'm trying to get this video to you. It's requiring all forms of two-factor identifications and all of these kinds of things. It gets to be frustrating when we're trying to do things in a hurry, but I appreciate your patience. Let me kick it back here to the, well, I can do it this way. I believe. So Luke Bunting would have sent us this video upside down at this point. Let's see here. So you saw it there briefly. And then let's try it one more time. And not getting it to work. That's the order of the day. It is posted to our News Channel 15 live stream. There it is. Let me see if I can get this. There it goes. So that is the hail that was falling there in the Allendale area, quarter-sized hail or more there in northern Wabash County. Glad that we finally got that to work. Thanks to our friend Luke Bunting for sending that our way. Now, as we go back into radar mode, it does appear as if the worst of this storm is passing out of Wabash County, and it does appear as if the radar is indicating that. Let me show you the National Weather Service, and again, hail being reported in Wabash County. That has now been relayed. Our report has now been relayed as a storm report to the National Weather Service. The warning is expired. at this point. So the severe thunderstorm warning is expired. No warnings on the board for us right now. We want to remind you that we're not through yet. We still have more to go here. So we're going to go ahead and take a break from chatting for such a long period of time. Thank you to everyone who provided us with updates. We couldn't do our severe weather coverage without you. We're still not done. That main line is still to come through tonight. So I want to reiterate that. Even though we're going to still be streaming on our online platforms, we're not done for the night. The main line is still to come. We're going to take a little bit of a break as the severe threat increases once again, as we anticipate it will coming up momentarily. Probably in the next hour or so, we'll be back with you with any updates as needed on air and online. So stay with us here on News Channel 15. We'll be back shortly. Back in the News Channel 15 newsroom with you, I'm Kyle Peach. We are beginning to see the main line, the main event of severe thunderstorms move into our area. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is out over the last couple of minutes. That warning is for all of Jasper County and a northern section of Clay County in our viewing area. We're going to tighten up a little bit on the radar for you, getting up into that area where we're also noting that there is a tornado warning in the Effingham area at this time that is along with that line of thunderstorms that is extending that warning now to northern Clay County and to Jasper County. So Newton and Louisville are in this severe thunderstorm warning that runs until 8:45 tonight. The National Weather Service office in Lincoln issued that warning, and let's see here. They've also now issued a tornado warning. So a tornado warning for Jasper County as well. All right, so this is a tornado warning for northwestern Crawford, northern Jasper counties, and also northeastern Effingham, western Clark, and Cumberland counties, and that goes until 9 o'clock tonight. This is primarily for Greenup, Toledo, in that area until 8:25, as well as Casey and Martinsville, and so that is the latest there. So that's going to be for extreme northern Jasper County. We'll see that warning pop on the screen here in just a moment. But again, this is the main event. This is the main line that is going to be tracking in, and I would assume that we are going to be wall to wall with severe weather coverage now for probably the rest of the night. This tornado warning does clip extreme northern Jasper County, so Hidalgo, Rose Hill are in that warning, the tornado warning for extreme northern Jasper County. And that goes until 9 o'clock tonight. So we have two different things flying at us here. We have the severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Clay and northern Clay and all of Jasper counties, and then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning that the tornado warning that was just issued. This will be our first tornado warning of the day. And so we are back on now with wall-to-wall severe weather coverage here on News Channel 15. I need to also get on the screen the updated tornado warning as well here. And so give me a moment to get all that here. Again, we try to get all of this information on the screen as best we can, and so we're working to get all of this information out. Again, this is a Doppler indicated tornado. This is not anything that has been confirmed to be on the ground yet, and so we let you know that obviously here as well. That's very, very important that you understand that this is not something that is confirmed to be on the ground. This is a Doppler indicated tornado. The severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper County Let's see here. Let me get into the right. I'm trying to get into the right National Weather Service warning. There have literally been so many warnings for the central Illinois area that it is really hard to track down all of the warnings that have been issued. And so the severe thunderstorm warning goes until, I believe I said 8:45, and that is correct. 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main threat. It should be in the Dietrich area now. At this particular point. So getting all the information updated on the screen for you, as well as tracking what we're seeing on the radar. Let's go ahead and, as we talk about the radar imagery, we're going to turn on our rotation tracker, and we're showing it. We're showing level 3s on those rotation trackers that are moving into Effingham and over Stewartson. Right now. So in the area of Stewartson and Effingham, we see level 3s of rotation. That's getting into that area of concern, which is why we now have that tornado warning. And again, that tornado warning has not even fired on the polygon map yet. Also, we can report to you that Jasper, Lawrence, Richland, and Clay, so the tornado watch for all of our area has been extended until 11 p.m. So that makes it easy now to tell you that all of the News Channel 15 viewing area is now under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. So they have extended the time on the tornado watch, which was to expire at 9. It is now going to go until 11 tonight. And we are switching not necessarily saying that hail's not going to be a factor here, but the winds and the tornadoes are becoming more of a threat now than the hail. So we know that now all of our area is under that tornado watch. We have a tornado warning for northern Jasper County, and there you see that tornado warning polygon coming into Yale there, over into northern Crawford County, which will encompass parts of Hudsonville. And we're seeing a good bit of rotation along this line of storms. As you can see here, I'm going to turn rotation trackers off for a bit so you get a better look at the line here. But tornado warnings, the first of the day, falling in our area. This is also, we're seeing, not to be leaving the folks out in Marion County, but a tornado warning has been issued there, just outside really of our main viewing area. So as we tighten down here, you can see that Salem is under the tornado warning now in Marion County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville and areas north in Clay County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Newton, and a tornado warning in extreme northern Jasper County right now. So we are back with you here on our severe weather coverage, as we are back in at full force here, as we are seeing this main line. This is the main event that is going to be moving through our area that we are having to keep a close eye on. And so we're going to be back in here to wall-to-wall severe weather coverage now for the rest of the night. And so just know that is certainly coming. Not something that we certainly love to do, but something that we feel is important to do, given the fact that now these storms are are upon us. And so we want you to stay safe. We want to provide you with as much information as we possibly can about what is happening on the outside. Again, we'll be with you throughout the duration of this event here tonight. And so we'll continue to follow the latest information in here. Again, we have our direct link with the National Weather Service to help us through the night as well. So this will be the main event. This is the main line of thunderstorm activity. Going to pull out and kind of give you the broader scope view. This line just continues. It's going to continue, and it looks like all of us will see some bit of this line at some point tonight. It looks like it's going to be a northwest to southeast kind of approach to the region for us tonight. So the folks in Mount Carmel, certainly down in Carmi, Norris City, probably more so Carmi, and Mount Carmel will be among the last to see the severe weather tonight, whereas the folks in Clay County, Richland, and Jasper counties are going to see it first as this line approaches. So we are back in severe weather mode. Of course, we had numerous reports of hail, and want to say also thank you to all of the spotters that passed along, not just spotters, but the residents of the area that passed along photos and videos of the hail they saw in their area earlier tonight with that first wave of storms, and maybe the second wave, that moved through, talking about the storms that brought the hail into the Grayville area and then also up into Allendale, right along the track of some of those supercell storms where we saw 1/4 to 1.5 inch size hail. It looked like along that line, so hopefully it didn't cause a lot of damage for folks, but it certainly could have done that tonight. So back to the radar here, you see again this line of storms stretching through Effingham right now, where a tornado warning has been reported. I am looking to see if there are any damage reports here from the National Weather Service regarding anything out of Effingham. We're seeing reports of again, the Weather Service, by the way, is suggesting that this line of storms is moving eastward at 45 miles per hour, wind gusts to 75 miles per hour, hail over quarter size, isolated tornadoes, and flash flooding are all possible. You're advised to seek shelter in a central room, a basement, storm shelter as the storms approach your area. We had reports power lines down up in the Champaign area, a tree on a house in Vermilion County. And again, as we want to reiterate to you that we have seen the severe thunderstorm the tornado watch has been extended now for areas north of US 50 to go until 11 o'clock tonight. So all of the News Channel 15 viewing area is now under a tornado watch that runs until 11 p.m. Our warnings right now are that tornado warning in effect for northern Jasper County in our viewing area. It also includes northern Crawford County and northern Effingham County and points to the north. The severe thunderstorm warning is including all of Jasper County, extreme northern Clay County, pretty much stopping at Louisville, and a tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County. That includes Salem, all for these rotations that we're seeing on the map that could be bringing those storms to us. We may now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper County. This would be for eastern Jasper County, and that will run until 9:30 p.m. Weather Service Doppler indicating a line of severe thunderstorms southwest of Newport to northwest of Paris, moving east at 55 miles per hour. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. It will be near Paris at 8:35 and in the community of Vermilion at 8:45. So this will be for eastern Jasper County. A second severe thunderstorm warning for that part of Jasper County. So again, warnings fast and furious here. We expect that this is going to be the order for us on the night. The tornado warning for northeastern Effingham County has been canceled, so that is good news to report. Let's see if we have any additional warnings coming out of the Weather Service office. So there is now a severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County. As you see there on the screen, that polygon including at least part of the city of Mount Vernon. So this line is moving through our region, and we are, again, this is the main event. This is the one that we've been talking about much of the day. And again, just how much instability is left after the storms that moved through earlier in the day will be what we'll be focusing on, and I guess we'll learn together just how much in the way of severe storms this line can kick up as it moves through the area. But it has already prompted several tornado warnings now in Effingham, Jasper counties, as well as severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, all of the beeps that we hear, that you'll hear, the ch-ch-chs, if you hear that over my microphone, they are coming from the National Weather Service direct link that we have from either storm spotters, members of the media, the Weather Service issuing warnings, or anything of that sort is what you'll be hearing tonight. Let's go ahead and, again, for the folks on the television side, we'll put the rotation trackers on. The good news is when we turn intense rotation on, we're not seeing any intense rotation, which would be more indicative of a tornado actually on the ground. Storm motion showing that most of these storms are moving due east at this point. And so that would give you an indication. If you look to your community and look to the west, that's what's coming your way over the next couple of hours or so. Hail trackers still showing some small hail in the area, but we're not seeing a lot of hail with these storms here tonight. So that is the latest that we have at this point. Let's see if we have any additional information in. That is it at this point. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to stay live with you here throughout this event, looking for information in from storm spotters. I do want to tell you that, just to kind of reiterate, as we had seen here in our area, that let's see, we're in another update here, so let's check that quickly. Just another storm wind damage being reported. There's a lot of wind damage reports coming out of Champaign County in Champaign. The latest one there in Mahomet. Right now, we are sitting at a temperature in Mount Carmel of 63 degrees. We did top out at 71. That was some 9 degrees shy of what was forecasted to be around an 80-degree high temperature today, so we didn't get that hot. That's a good thing for the severe weather threat. Our top wind gust was this morning at 34 miles per hour, with a line of storms that first moved through around 8:30 or so this morning. That was when we saw our peak wind gust. We haven't topped that, and that means we have not seen severe wind in Mount Carmel at this point. I'm going to go ahead and, for those on TV, I had turned off the warning polygon at some point. Let's go ahead and pop that back on for you so you see where all the warnings are in play. A new warning popping on the screen there for our friends in Crawford County and Robinson. And again, the tornado warning continuing there for northern Jasper and northern Crawford counties. That goes until 9. The tornado warning for Effingham County is no longer. The heaviest rotation right now we see and it's pretty substantial. North of Centralia, headed into Marion County. I'm going to tighten in on that one just a little bit here for you, because that would have a beeline for the Salem area. If that should hold the line and the intensity should continue, a level 4 rotation is pretty significant. Let me turn on intense rotation. We're not seeing that yet with that storm. But it does bear watching there in the Salem area in Marion County, where a tornado warning is also in play at this point. Again, so the tornado warnings are numerous, as we kind of expected that they might be. Let's see if we have other reports in here. Lots of tree branches down in the in the Champaign County area near Mahomet. The flash flood watch for areas north of US 50 have been extended now. Not flash flood, just a flood watch. Continues until 11 o'clock tonight, so they've extended that to match the tornado warning, tornado watch, I should say, that goes until 11. Broaden out the radar view here for you. Give you the chance to see the big picture. And again, we're just watching this line of thunderstorms and the line of, again, some storms with some spin to them, which is causing the tornado warnings to be firing tonight. So that is the very latest information that we have in for you here. Severe thunderstorm warning continuing for Jasper and northern Clay counties in our viewing area. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Marion County and a tornado warning for Marion County, as well as a tornado warning that encompasses extreme northern Jasper County right now. Those are the warnings that are impacting our immediate area here. Let's see. Nothing else new in from the Weather Service at this point. So kind of in a holding pattern for the majority of the News Channel 15 viewing area at this point, waiting on the arrival of the storms. The latest in here, let's see. So even back in Wayne County, Missouri now, the National Weather Service office in Paducah is getting in on some of the tornado warning activity, as most of this is happening north of US 50. Can't really see that warning on our screen here because of how far west it is. But nonetheless, we've got, okay, now we see an intense tracking ring on the tornadic activity up there around Dietrich. So let's tighten in on that. That is just along that tornado polygon, the tornado warning polygon, as that is showing there in northern Jasper County. When we see intense rotation, there is a increased degree that could be something on the ground. Not confirmed, it's just Doppler indicated at this point, but when we see that intense rotation tracker ring, as we see there in northern Jasper County, that would indicate that there is at least a possibility that something could be on the ground there east of Dietrich, north of Newton, west of Yale, and all of this is tracking off, I believe, still to the east, kind of the east-northeast is the best I can give you. So that intense rotation tracker ring, if it holds, could be moving into Yale in northern Jasper County at this point. Again, nothing confirmed, but something that could be certainly worth watching there in northern Jasper County, especially as we get closer to the Yale areas east of Dietrich. I want to clear all this off momentarily so you can, let's clear the rotation and intense rotation tracker ring. So in the area right there where you see that pink around Dietrich, east of Dietrich, is where that intense rotation tracker ring is showing, I should say, on the map. Several areas of rotation throughout this line, as we would anticipate with the potential for the tornadic threat here, but that is probably the area of most concern at this point. I'm going to pull back out on the live stream and now on News Channel 15 to a broader view of things. We'll keep an eye on that intense rotation tracker ring up there in northern Jasper County. Technically, Newton is the only community in Jasper County that is in our service area, but we keep an eye on all of that area for you as well. 1s and 2s predominantly where the rotation trackers are at. We see a 3 there south of Toledo and Cumberland County. We also see a 3 south and west of Nashville as well. So when we get higher numbers than that, that's when we can also start to get a little more excited about what we are seeing. Excited in a bad way, by the way. So that is the latest. Again, we'll keep an eye on that intense rotation tracker ring that we're seeing up there in northwestern Jasper County. How long will it be before it arrives? Well, it's going to be a bit for some of us. I'm going to turn off all of the polygons and attempt to do a storm tracker here. And it's kind of very hard to do this. So let's see. So that would give you an estimated arrival time. Let me try to do the same thing. I'm going to clear all of the indicators off of the board here and attempt to do a storm tracker for this storm coming out of Centralia. And I think I'm going to actually do this again. A little too far south. So let's see here. So according to, a rough estimate here, if you go up and down the line, right now this storm I would have coming into the Mount Carmel area, I just took it away from our maps here, but it showed about 9:45 on the arrival time for a storm that would be coming into the Mount Carmel area. So now I've got to get the maps moving again here, so let's try to do that. And we'll get all of our indicators back up on the board here. We are still seeing that intense rotation tracker there in northern Jasper County. I'm not sure why I can't get the map to take off like I want it to, so we'll do it that way. And then we'll get rotation tracker rings back on the board for you. Again, so that is the line. That is the main line that we're watching. Severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County is getting ready to be issued according to the National Weather Service. So we'll get that in just a moment. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County as well. Wayne County, Illinois, severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 9:45. And so again, So again, severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County. Let's see if we can't get that on the screen here. Give me just a moment. We've got to try to get a hold of all of this information. Northern Wayne and southeastern Jefferson until 9:45. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail will be the main threats here with that storm, according to the National Weather Service office in Paducah. So that goes until 9:45 tonight. So we have several warnings on the board, and probably we'll see several more before this evening is done. The Weather Service saying that this will impact the Wayne City area, as well as Belle Rive, Sims, Keens, and Johnsonville, so the western sections of Wayne County. Also, I believe we're going to get clarification on that Clay County warning here from the National Weather Service. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Clay, Effingham, Jasper, and Richland. Okay, so we now have the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Jasper, all of Richland, and all of Clay until 9:45. The Weather Service saying that this will be near Louisville at 8:55, Flora and Bible Grove at 9, Clay City and Sailor Springs at 9:05, eventually working its way to Noble and Olney. So again, we have another severe thunderstorm warning for Richland, Clay, and Jasper counties. It goes until 9:45. Again, you're going to have to be patient to see all of these warnings on the screen, because it will take some time for them to crawl on by. But Jasper, Clay, Richland, and Wayne are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Jasper County is the only county under that tornado warning, and that's because of that intense rotation tracker ring we're showing there in northern Jasper County. Going to try a hard refresh, and we're still seeing that intense rotation tracker ring. We're going to tighten in on that just a little bit. I'm going to take it off long enough for you to see that that is kind of in an unincorporated area, if you will, right along 130 in the northern part of Jasper County, well north of Newton, west of Yale. If you're in Yale, in Jasper County, take heed. We do not have any confirmation of anything that is on the ground there, but a higher probability would exist that that would be the case. The tornado warning continues until 9 for Jasper County. This is the latest from the National Weather Service on that. The storms which prompted the warning have moved out of Cumberland County, but the line capable of producing tornadoes along a line from near Casey to east of Hidalgo, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This would be near Marshall at 9, Hudsonville at 9:05. Also, they're saying this would be in Yale, at the Lincoln Trail State Park, West York, Annapolis, and West Union as well with that line. So the warning does continue there until 9 for northern Jasper County. So we continue to follow that. As well here. Looking to see if we have any additional spotter information in here. Again, so tornado warnings are popping up. I want to give you a broader view. As you can see now, we have that warning encompassing the northern part of Wayne County as well. So Wayne County now under the gun with this severe thunderstorm warning. That line of storms a little weaker further south. That doesn't mean it won't intensify, but that line of storms is prompting the warning, and the Weather Service getting out ahead of that line as best they can. The good news is the last few warnings have been severe thunderstorm warnings, not tornado warnings, and so we continue to take hold of that. And again, we really hope that's a trend that will continue here tonight. So again, this line is approaching. It is a strong line. It is not prompted any confirmed tornadoes at this point. They have all been Doppler indicated as far as I'm aware. But there have been reports of damage in parts of the state with this line as it has rumbled through the area here tonight. Again, so we are watching this line of strong to severe thunderstorms rumbling through parts of southern Illinois here tonight. Tornado warning for northern Jasper County continues for a few more minutes until 9 o'clock. That intense rotation tracker ring, it is still there on the screen. Maybe it is no longer there. On the latest update, it may no longer be there. So that would be good. That would indicate less of a threat if that is the case. But I am still seeing it on one version of the radar, and I am not seeing it on another. So there it is. It is still there. And now that intense rotation tracker ring is sitting just north of Newton. And so if you're in the Newton area, take hold. You're not necessarily, they have just now canceled the tornado warning for Jasper County, but we're still showing some pretty intense rotation there around Newton. And so if you're in that Newton area, even though that warning is no longer in play, that is something that you need to be aware of. What do we have here? We may have a new tornado warning. All right, tornado warning for Clay and Richland counties. This is going to go until 9:45 tonight. This will be around Flora and Louisville at 9:05, Xenia at 9 o'clock, eventually making its way toward Noble and the Ali Noble Airport. Also, Clay City is in the path of this tornadic system. This is, again, a Doppler indicated, radar indicated tornado that would be moving in to that area. Western Richland County and Clay County, you're going to be under a tornado warning now until 9:45. I want to let the folks know that are watching both our live stream and online that you are going to only see the warnings here on our live stream. We cannot continue to try to keep up with Facebook posts, and we're going to stick with it here on the live stream. And so just bear with us here as we try our very best to keep you updated. And again, checking some information here. But again, a second tornado warning at this point. All right, so that warning for Richland and Clay counties for that tornado warning is going to go until 9:45. So what I want to try to do is stretch this out a little bit, because we're going to want to include, and again, it's hard for me not to include that intense rotation tracker ring on the board here, but it is still there. I'm going to pull out, whoops. Now I've got all kinds of things launching here on the television side of things. But again, we're going to try to keep Newton, and then ultimately we see Salem here as well, dealing with the heart of a storm. But the only intense rotation that's showing on our board is up there around Newton. But that storm that was potentially tornadic, that is see here. Do we still have? We do not have a severe thunderstorm warning. So I'm trying to trying to get everything caught up here on the screen. As we have tornado warnings. Let's kind of recap. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County until 9:45. That's northern Wayne County, impacting the Sisney area. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper, Richland, and Clay until 9:45. So Jasper, Richland, Clay, and Wayne are under a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is now for Clay and Richland County. That is western Richland County until 9:45 p.m. So that is the latest that we have for you at this point. So again, the only tornado warning in essence on the board for our viewing area right now is going to be the warning that isn't on the screen yet in the terms of polygon form, and that is the tornado warning that is coming for Clay and Richland counties. We're still seeing intense rotation on the board there up in the Newton area, but the number on the rotation factor is not as strong, only seeing ones up there. And so we'll continue to try to keep an eye on that as best we can for you. The only intense rotation is there over Newton, which we continue to see still flying there. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for southeastern Jasper counties until 9:30 with a storm there. The tornado warning for Jasper County is going to be allowed to expire at 9 o'clock. And the tornado warning for radar indication still remains there for Richland County. We have a report now of 60 to 75 mile per hour winds west of Louisville on the Kinmundy blacktop. 60 to 75 mile per hour winds. West of Louisville. So 60 to 75 mile per hour winds. That is from Clay County's storm spotters. So that is an estimated storm spotter estimation there. Let's see what else, if anything, we have. National Weather Service in Paducah, not reporting anything more significant here. We now have a tornado warning for Wayne County. This is seconds old until 9:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Helm, 13 miles east of Salem, moving east at 60 miles per hour. This would be at around Sisney in the next few minutes. And so, again, this is a tornado warning for northern Wayne County until 9:30 tonight. And again, we're going to do our best on getting all of that information relayed to you on the screen. Again, when all of these warnings are firing, and now we have a couple of intense rotation tracker rings firing up there in Crawford County, but that's now outside our area of responsibility. But there you see the new tornado warning polygons popping on the screen there for Clay and Richland counties and for northern Wayne County. So we're getting the tornado warnings to be a little bit more involved here into our area at this point. All of these storms, I'm going to put the storm tracker on it here. Generally speaking, they are moving in an easterly direction, almost due east for the most part. So if you find your town, your community, they will again continue to Draw that line straight across the screen. That's the part of the line that you may see as this traverses into your area. There is a little bit of a southeasterly flow to it, an east-southeasterly flow, but generally they're saying east is the movement of these storms. We've had some pretty substantial wind gusts reported near Louisville. 60 to 75 mile per hour was the gust reported by storm spotters in the area, and they are continuing to relay information into the National Weather Service, and as soon as it is relayed there, we will do our best to relay it to you. Let's go back. I realized I was on camera here for a long time. Let's go back to radar here on the live stream, and you can see where we see Clay, Western Richland, and Northern Wayne counties are all under tornado warnings. They mostly run until 9:45. The Northern Wayne County warning is until 9:30. Severe thunderstorm warnings, catching a typo there. Severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper, Clay, Richland, and Wayne counties as well. So we have warnings all across the board right now as this main line moves through the area. Again, this is a time, if you are in any of those counties listed on the screen that we just read to you aloud, it is the time to move into your safe area, get into the lowest level of your home, a storm shelter, a basement, certainly best options. If none of those, then a small interior room like a bathroom. Get into that tornado safe area just in case, especially where these tornado warnings are in effect. We can tell you an update now from the Weather Service on the warning until 9:45 for southern Jasper, Richland, and Clay counties. 70 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail possible. This is a line of storms near Florida moving east at 65 miles per hour. Those storms will be in the Clay City area at 9:10 and Noble at 9:15, in Olney by 9:20. So that is what we're seeing right now with the latest on that scenario from the National Weather Service. Excuse me. Again, we're waiting more updates from the National Weather Service as well as storm spotters as this line traverses through the region. Here comes another radar update. Intense rotation tracking north and northwest of Robinson at this point. That's where we're seeing the intense rotations. I am going to shift this a little further south now, just because we don't typically service the Robinson area, so I want to make sure that we're seeing all of our viewing area on the screen here so that we can keep track of the warnings. So the tornado warning, 2 of them, Clay and Richland in one warning, Wayne in another, and then we have the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for basically southern Jasper County, most of Clay, most if not all of Richland County, and then north and western Wayne County in our viewing area. That's where the warnings are right now.
not seeing any questions. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat.
Managed to get ourselves into a chat here with the Weather Service. Got out of that. Didn't intend to be into a chat with the National Weather Service, but managed to somehow do that. Let's check the latest here from the Weather Service. Nothing new for any of our immediate areas there on the National Weather Service site as we continue to follow what's going on here with this line of storms. So it is again, as kind of advertised tonight, this line of storms stretching now almost to the Indiana border, north of Robinson, up around Marshall. They're about ready to cross into the Terre Haute area, all the way back down through Robinson to Newton to Louisville and Flora. Not quite yet to Sisney and Wayne County, then back to Jefferson County. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for northern Wayne and southern Jefferson counties at this point. The Weather Service there saying a line of storms near Flora to Wren Lake, eastbound at 45 miles per hour. Hail and 60 mile per hour winds are the threats. Quarter-size hail affecting the area around Wayne City, Bellrive, Sims, Keens, and Johnsonville. So that warning does continue, according to the National Weather Service office in Lincoln. The tornado warning does continue for Clay and Richland County. Let's see what is being said there. The National Weather Service saying the storm capable of producing tornadoes along the line from near Sailor Springs to Xenia eastbound at 60 miles per hour. Clay City, Noble, and Sailor Springs at 9:15. The Olney Noble Airport at 9:20, with that line of storms prompting that warning. 1/4 inch hail being reported now 3 miles southwest of Louisville, with a 30 mile per hour wind being reported by Clay County spotters there. So 1/4 inch hail and 30 mile per hour winds just southwest of Louisville. So that's the storm report, and we thank the folks in Clay County. Their spotters are out relaying all of this into the National Weather Service, which then in turn gets to us, which we can then get to you, providing us with that real-time data, which we greatly appreciate here tonight. Kyle Peach with you here in the News Channel 15 newsroom. It is now 9:12 p.m. on this Monday night. We are tracking severe thunderstorms here tonight. We are going to continue to see them. Looks like coming through the area. I can tell you that the tornado watch is beginning to be dropped behind this line. So Coles, Douglas, and Vermilion counties have been dropped from the tornado watch. That's a good sign. That means that once this moves through, then that's kind of it for the night. Looking for more reports here. And nothing new. The tornado warning for Wayne County continues. It's a radar indicated rotation. Sisney will be up next with that at 9:15. So in about 2 more minutes, the potential for that radar indicated tornado would be in the Sisney area. Let's hop back into now, what have I done here? I have managed to lose part of my screen. There we go. Now we'll go back to the radar, and then I've got to make it full again so you can see that, but let's make sure that that's looking okay, and it is. So we'll pull back out to more of a broader view of the radar. Again, kind of the heavier parts of that cell still saying off to the north. But again, as we tighten down here on the Sisney area, you can see certainly that the heaviest parts of the cell now in Louisville, moving into Flora and into Sisney here over the next few minutes. That's where the heaviest activity is going to fall as we watch this unfold here tonight. Go ahead and stay a little bit tight there for you. Let's see what we have, any updates here. Nothing new there. We have a no, it's just a continuation of the severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30 for southern Jasper County. What else do we have here? Nothing for our area. So, again, information coming in fast and furious here from the National Weather Service. Their storm spotters out doing a great job of getting information in real-time fashion across the region here tonight. You'll notice that the severe thunderstorm warnings are consistent. They're all up and down this line. There is not a part of this line that isn't warned in some way tonight. As you can see, the yellow polygons on your screen indicating severe thunderstorm warnings, the reds, tornado warnings, the black circles with numbers indicating the rotation that we're tracking. When we see levels 1s and 2s, even 3s, we don't become too alarmed. Up north of Robinson, where we see intense rotation, that would give us a stronger indication that there might be something tornadic right there. But we're not seeing a lot of intense rotation tonight. That's a good thing, and we hope to keep it that way. At one point tonight, a storm spotter reported a wind gust of 60 to 75 miles per hour west of Louisville. We then had a report of 30 mile per hour winds, which would be below severe limits in just southwest of Louisville tonight in Clay County. But we did have a report of hail there. Let's see what else we may have. The tornado warning for Clark and Crawford County has been canceled. So that is new information. But again, outside of our area of responsibility here. Heavy rain still to come through. Here at our Wabash Valley College studios, we've picked up 1.04 inches of rain today. And again, heavy rain still to come, and more rain tomorrow will be through the area as well here. We are picking up that level 3 rotation now on the Wayne-Clay County line, in line with where those tornado warnings are. That outside of the intense rotation that continues to show in parts of Crawford County is the heaviest amount of rotation that we're seeing right now. That would be over Flora, maybe to the west. North of Sisney is where we're seeing some of the biggest rotation right now on the map. That is in Clay County here right now. So we'll keep an eye on that for you here as we continue with our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage on News Channel 15. Again, we're anticipating this to continue all night long here tonight, and we expect this line to continue traversing through the region. It may be closer to 10 o'clock now before some of these storm cells begin to pull out of the area. I'm going to broaden out our view here one more time just to kind of give us a sense of what we're seeing here up and down the line. But these cells are moving. This line is moving fairly quickly. So, you know, I can give you an estimate here. I think 15 minutes-ish every jump that you're seeing along the way. So as those cells continue to traverse the region, every time you see a jump in the line of the sequencing of the movement of the line, you're looking at about 15 minutes to give you an estimate of how much longer it will be before some of these cells are impacting your area. Again, the level 3 rotation is the biggest on the board right now for our viewing area. And we're not seeing anything more significant than that. And I should point out, one of the things that I am personally just remembering to do, if you have not lost power tonight, which we're not aware of power outages at this point, but it's probably a good time to plug in your cell phone, charge up your devices while you still have electricity in case winds would knock out the power later, so that you have a fighting chance of making it through the storm with your cellular or wireless internet devices. Get them charged up while you can in case power would go out tonight. That's another tip that we can pass along for coverage here tonight. So again, we are approaching 9:30. It's 9:20 here tonight. At 9:30, some of our warnings will stop. Will start fading away here. 9:45 is when the warnings that we have out now would all be expired. We'll see how they continue to expand those warnings, though, as this line moves, again, continuing through the region. Kind of in a holding pattern at the moment. Here comes some more information in. Let's see. All outside of our areas. We are getting a report of quarter-sized hail east of Mount Vernon in Summersville. So hail still a possibility here. There is now a limb down on Church Street in Xenia in Clay County. That has now been cleared by Emergency Management Agency reporters there in Clay County. We also are picking up, again, 2 more intense rotation tracker rings on our latest run of radar. So let me get that on the television screen. I think it was loading up as I hit that. We're seeing intense rotation tracker rings south of Newton in Jasper County and along the Lawrence-Crawford County line. There is not a tornado warning in the Chauncey and Birds area where that intense rotation tracker ring is showing there. But it is something worth watching when we see intense rotation, just to be mindful that anytime we have a tornado watch, something can happen without warning. So getting a report of a tree down, I believe this is accurate, so is this now? A tree down on apartments in Clay County in Louisville. Alright, so a tree down on some apartments in Clay County. It also says injuries unknown. So we'll, for what it's worth, we have that being reported to us at this point. Again, we watch with vested interest here as we see what is getting ready to happen as this next set of warnings would assume start to fire here in the next few minutes, if they're coming. I don't see anything that would indicate to me any reason to not continue the warnings. That line still looks to be holding together pretty strongly as it moves east to southeast across the region. And again, it gets into a bigger chunk of our viewing area. So again, in Clay County, we have reports of a tree limb over a road in Xenia and a tree on apartments there as well. Okay, we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is going to run until 10:30 tonight, and this warning is going to be for Edwards, Hamilton, Wabash, Wayne, and White counties. So a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30, White, Southern Wayne, all of Wabash, Edwards, and Northern Hamilton counties. The Weather Service going to encompass everybody, it appears now, in this warning. So that will go until, what time did I just say? Until 10:30 here tonight. That pretty well covers most of us. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. And did I hear that say White, Wayne, Wabash, Edwards, Hamilton? So Clay, Richland. So Lawrence County is the only county that does not have a warning at this point. Just messed up the screen there, so let me clear that off. I think we've got the updates in. So again, the latest information is virtually all of our viewing area south of US 50 is going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 tonight. The Weather Service getting that out to us here now. And this just in, we are going to have a tornado warning issued with this as well, it appears. Let's do that quickly. Edwards, Wabash, and Wayne counties are under a tornado warning. This is northeastern Wayne, northwestern Wabash, and northern Edwards County. This would be near West Salem at 9:30, Lancaster at 9:40, also including Mount Erie. This is, again, Lancaster at 9:40, West Salem at 9:30 with this new tornado warning. So we thought more warnings were coming, and here they are. This is until 10 o'clock tonight for those areas. So a new tornado warning taking effect right now. Wayne, Wabash, and Edwards. The tornado sirens, I think I'm hearing them fire now in parts of the area. So again, we've got lots of warnings now. The polygons aren't even keeping up at this point. Edwards, Wabash, and Wayne, a radar indicated tornado warning until 10 o'clock. The Weather Service indicating that they are concerned about a possible developing tornado in northeastern Wayne County near or north of Mount Erie. So the Weather Service is specifically signaling out that area. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. what are we seeing here? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence, Crawford, Jasper, Richland counties, and Clay County until 10:15. This would be near Olney at 9:30, Lawrenceville, Bridgeport at 9:40. Severe thunderstorm warning there. All right, so we've got a lot of new development here in the last few minutes with new warnings firing. So give me just a moment and we'll try to have all of this on the screen for you here. Again, we talked about the fact that we would be likely having additional rounds of warnings not showing any signs of weakening, and that is exactly what we are seeing here tonight. Getting a lot of information in here from the National Weather Service. So a new severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Jasper, Lawrence, and Richland counties. We have a funnel cloud reported northwest of Effingham right now. A new tornado warning as well for southeastern Richland and southwestern Lawrence counties. Sumner and Parkersburg at 9:35, Bridgeport at 9:40. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So that it goes until 10:15 tonight here across the area. So again, tornado warning until 10:15. So we have lots of different things firing right now. So now is the time to, again, kind of rehash your safety plans. Now is the time to be getting into those safe rooms at this point. I lost the radar momentarily there. Sorry for those of you that are watching on the live stream. We'll get that back on here, hopefully in short order. There it is back. Again, we'll update the screen here. Try to do a hard refresh. So many new warnings coming in as we start to see some of them now. So that warning polygon for Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash counties, the extreme northern sections there, and the tornado warning for Richland and Lawrence counties pretty much traverses all of Richland and western Lawrence County. The severe thunderstorm warning continues up in the Newton and Jasper County area, mainly south of Newton, and the severe thunderstorm warning does include McLeansboro, Carmi, all the way through all of Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash counties. So that is what we have right now. Lots of things firing here across the region. So let's rehash. So the tornado warnings right now, Clay, are they still in it? Yes. Richland, Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, Wabash are the tornado warnings. The severe thunderstorm warnings, pretty much Jasper, Clay, Richland, Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, Wabash. So we can safely say our entire viewing area right now is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Most of us, especially areas north of Interstate 64, every county north of Interstate 64 in our viewing area right now has some form of a tornado warning. Northern Wayne, northern Edwards, northern Wabash counties, basically stretching from Sisseton to Lancaster. That's where the tornado warning is in effect for that region. Also tornado warning for areas in Clay and Richland counties. That's basically really between Flora and Olney. And then another tornado warning from Olney to Lawrenceville along that line. All of this Doppler indicated at this particular point in time. Let's see if we have any additional information coming in here. The tornado warning for western Richland and southeastern Clay counties is being canceled. So there is our first cancellation. We do have a flash flood warning now for Jasper County as well. The National Weather Service getting concerned for Jasper and Crawford counties for flooding, where rain is training over where 3 to 5 inches of rain has already fallen. So Clay, Crawford, Jasper, Lawrence, and Richland are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see here. Another warning for parts of Jasper County has been expired. A tornado warning for Lawrence and Richland County, as we have told you about. So again, western, the Clay County area now, I believe, has been dropped from the tornado warning. Edwards, Wabash, and Wayne remain under a tornado warning. So the only area that is dropped is Clay County from the tornado warning. Everybody else remains under a tornado warning at this point. So again, we're hopefully going to start dropping some of these warnings here at some point. And I think for the most part, we are as they traverse through areas, but other parts of the area may not be not see it yet. So again, as this line is tracking through, we're getting information in that will again continue to see that this line is holding its own strength-wise. The good news is, as we kind of go up and down this line a little bit, is we're seeing ones and twos. We're not seeing anything in terms of intense rotation across the line right now. Well, now I just said that, and we are seeing some intense rotation north and east of Olney. That is not in Olney proper, but north and east of Olney, we're seeing another one of our intense rotation tracker rings, which would indicate more of a stronger sense for a potential tornadic threat there. Northeastern Wayne County, north of Mount Erie, was where the National Weather Service was getting in information about that. So again, we want to reiterate the folks in that area right now. Northern Wayne County moving into Edwards and Wabash counties. That's an area the National Weather Service was getting more concerned with for possible tornadic development. And we see that right there where those ones are showing. That's showing, in essence, a weaker level of rotation. But we do see that intense rotation tracker there east of Olney. And so we're watching that unfold quickly. It looks like Olney itself is not under a tornado warning anymore. It is south of Olney, stretching just to the west of Lawrenceville. So Bridgeport, Sumner, you're still in line for this. And then we've got Sisseton all the way through West Salem and Lancaster in line for the tornado warnings. Going to tighten down on those tornado warnings just a little bit to give you a better picture. Stretching right along the Olney to Sumner to Lawrenceville area, but not quite getting into Lawrenceville, down to Parkersburg, Calhoun, West Salem, Mount Erie, all in the path of potential tornadoes as this line continues to move through. The National Weather Service, again, concerned with flooding in parts of the area, especially north of Highway 50, where heavy rain has fallen. A flash flood warning in effect for Jasper and Crawford counties right now. As we continue to try to see if we're getting anything new in from the National Weather Service office in Paducah. The severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne and Jefferson counties will expire at 9:45, so that will go away at 9:45. So there's another warning off the board. So as of right now, we have severe thunderstorm warnings for Wayne, Wabash, Edwards, White, and Hamilton. Also Richland, I think we still have our entire viewing area in that severe thunderstorm warning right now. All right, let's broaden out here as we continue to monitor this situation. Heavy rain, heavy wind in the area. We're not in the thralls of the heaviest part of this yet in Wabash County, so we're not able to track any wind here right now. But we are, again, dealing with the tornadic threat here tonight. In Effingham County, west of Lake Sarah, we are seeing some damage. There are photos now circulating of some debris from what appears to be wind or tornado damage. On the north side, they're saying of Moccasin Road, west of Lake Sarah in Effingham County. The severe thunderstorm warning for south central Jasper, western Richland, and southeastern Clay counties will also expire at 9:45 tonight in the next 5 minutes. So that's what we're looking at. Kind of again, flurry of activity as we're tracking these severe thunderstorms, potentially tornadic storms, into the area. We understand, again, we saw a photo a moment ago on the National Weather Service chat where we were looking at some pretty significant damage to some form of a facility. It looked like just debris, aluminum siding type debris in a field. Not sure if that's straight line wind damage or tornadic damage in Effingham County, but that's the type of scenario we're dealing with here tonight. I will tell you this, I always like to get out ahead of this as best we can. If we would lose power here at our studios, we will probably hunker down to survive the onslaught of the storm, and then as soon as we can, we will find a location that we can reconnect with power and reconnect to our live stream and get back up with you as soon as possible on YouTube, Facebook, and our live streaming platforms. So I want to get that out to you. Go back to radar here once again, and again, just so many warnings now. Pretty much all of us are under some form of warning right now. We're still seeing that intense rotation tracker ring east of Olney, but there is not really any tornado warning with that at this particular point in time. But this still is a pretty potent line of thunderstorms that is traversing through the region right now. Again, you're hearing the tornado sirens in lots of communities. In Wabash County, as an example, the tornado warning sirens are sounding now. The storm sirens are going off. Even in Mount Carmel, where there is not a tornado warning in place, anytime the county is placed under a tornado warning, they go. And it may be a bit before we see the line, so don't rest on your laurels, so to speak. Again, it may be a bit, as you see there on radar, it could be a little bit before the storms get into Albion, Mount Carmel, certainly in Carmi, but in Wabash County and in Edwards County, where you have tornado warnings in play, you're not seeing anything, but you're hearing the tornado sirens. Know that it's coming. There is still the possibility for those storms to move through the area. So don't give up on them coming in just yet. Let's see if we have new information here from the National Weather Service. 1 inch hail a mile east of Olney, 3/4 inch hail 2 miles south of Olney being reported. So hail now up in the Olney area as well. So Richland, Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, Wabash counties all under tornado warnings at this point. Clay County is no longer under a tornado warning. It is all now into Richland, Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash. The entire viewing area, now with the exception, well, Jasper County still is too. I think everybody is under a severe thunderstorm warning at this moment, still at this time. And that is the latest that we have. Most of it is through the Clay County area. Most of it is through the Olney and Newton areas right now, even though there's the tornado warning continuing up there in southern Richland County. The heaviest activity, once the front gets through, that's where the tornado threat really lies, and the damaging wind threat. So where you see the green turn to yellow and red, that's where the front is. That's where the beginning of the line is. That's where you see the biggest threat for potential straight line winds, and more than likely, if there is a tornado, that's where it would be. The severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper and Clay has been canceled and remains in effect for Lawrence and Richland. So that is the latest that we have there. So I guess we can say well, the severe thunderstorm warning. That's just the severe thunderstorm warning. So Clay County, all but Clay County, now in our viewing area is under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. Now we have a new tornado warning for Lawrence County. Let's check that out. Tornado warning for southeastern Lawrence County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, a line from near Lawrenceville to near Lancaster, moving east at 65 miles per hour. And we'll begin the Lawrenceville and St. Francisville area at 9:50 p.m. And this goes until 10:30 tonight. So, we continue to follow more warnings coming in here. We may have even more now coming in. Let's see what this says. Metal in a field, that's what we saw there. That was near Beecher City in Effingham County. The tornado watch has been dropped from Clay County. So Clay County is no longer under a watch or a warning at this point. So once this line moves through, we're dropping down the watches as well. A flood warning is in effect for rivers now in the area. Weather Service in Lincoln starting to breathe a sigh of relief as the storms are beginning to exit their coverage area, but Richland, Lawrence, and Jasper counties are still in their zone, so they can't clear it just yet. But again, Richland, Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, Wabash under tornado warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings continuing for all of our viewing area. We'll say that now with the exception of Clay County, which has been dropped. I also think that most of Richland, most of Jasper County has been dropped here as well. Tornado sirens are sounding outside in Wabash County. And so, again, we want to let you know that that is going to likely be the case here for the next little bit as the storms continue. And we are going to stay with you wall to wall here until these storms pass through. The tornado warning for southeastern Richland County is canceled. The tornado warning does continue until 10:15 for southwestern Lawrence County. So Lawrence County, so Richland County is now dropped from the tornado warning, but Lawrence County does remain. So Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash counties are under tornado warnings now. It is the southern part of Lawrence County. It is the northern part of Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash counties. Let's try to do a hard refresh of data and see if we get any updates on things. We can see that the intense rotation tracker rings that we've been monitoring are further to the east now into Indiana, so we can focus in now on this line. Do a hard refresh here as well. And you can kind of see where the line is in relation to our immediate area. In fact, let me slide a little bit back to the west. I'm also going to give us on the television side a clear view of removing the rotation just so you can see this line. Maybe I got a little too tight there. I'm actually going to pull all the way back out again. Shift a little further south. So again, this line is traversing through the area. Let's see if we have another update here. The tornado warning continuing for southern Lawrence County. Let's see here. Looks like a new tornado watch is coming. I think it's a little aggressive, but we'll tell you about it here in just a moment. So a new tornado watch has been issued. So the tornado watch has been canceled for Edwards County, let's see. Okay, so they've canceled a tornado watch and then reissued another tornado watch. So Edwards, Hamilton, Wayne, White, and Wabash counties are under a tornado watch that runs until 5 a.m. I think that's a lot, but it also is going to stretch into parts of western Kentucky and southwest Indiana. So we now have a severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m. And like I said, I think for our area, that's a little much. But they're trying to get out ahead of it. They're trying to get everybody, I guess, who needs to be warned. And so that means that we're all going to fly under a new tornado watch until 5 a.m. This stretches, so it goes no further north than Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash counties, but goes all the way down past Oxford, Mississippi. And so that is how far down that goes. So a tornado watch until 5 a.m. for all of us. We'll get dropped from that before then, I'm fairly confident. But we'll see as this line traverses through the area. It seems like a lot. I, for one, don't want to be here doing storm coverage until 5 a.m., and I don't think we're going to have to be. Once this main line tracks through the area, I think we're going to be able to sound our all clear here. But we'll double check all of that before we do. 9:54 on this Monday night. Kyle Peach with you here in the News Channel 15 newsroom. We are following a pretty impressive line of thunderstorms and tornado warned storms across the area. Tornado warnings are continuing right now for Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash counties. The tornado warning polygon that you're seeing on the screen for Richland County has been dropped. The tornado warning for Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash is for the northern parts of those areas. They do not include Fairfield, Albion, or Mount Carmel, but they do include areas such as Lancaster, West Salem, and that like in that region. Basically west of Sisney, I should say east of Sisney, all the way over to Lancaster, not making it quite to Allendale, is where that tornado warning continues. Meanwhile, severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Richland, Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, White, and Hamilton counties as well. Let's see. So the severe thunderstorm warning continues. The National Weather Service in Lincoln just about to wind down. Once they get out of the warning there in Lawrence County, they'll be moving into more watching for possible flooding issues at that juncture. All right, let's do some hard refreshing of data here. And let's turn back on our intense rotation tracker. We're not seeing any of that. We are seeing some rotation where those tornado warned storms are. They're in Lawrence County, and again you see a shrinking now, so Wayne County is no longer under a tornado warning at this point, as they have been cleared from the warning. So the tornado warning now encompasses Lawrence, Edwards, and Wabash counties. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for parts of Wayne County. So the severe thunderstorm warning continues. That's in effect for Richland, Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, White, and Hamilton counties. Tornado warnings now remain in Lawrence, Edwards, and Wabash counties. The northern parts of Edwards and Wabash, the southern part of Lawrence at this juncture. The severe thunderstorm warning, Edwards, Hamilton, Wabash, Wayne, and White continues, as does Richland and Lawrence for the moment. The tornado warning for southwestern Lawrence County has been canceled by the National Weather Service, so we're dropping Lawrence County from the warning. We do have some reports now of A train spotter in Bridgeport reporting some small limbs down and an estimated 50-mile-per-hour wind gust in Bridgeport. The severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Lawrence County. But again, the tornado warning does not. No. Let me revisit that one more time. Yeah, the tornado warning for Lawrence County no longer in effect. That is accurate. So now we're down to tornado warnings for Edwards and Wabash counties, while the severe thunderstorm warning continues for a majority of our area. Excuse me. We are getting ready on the News Channel 15 television side to likely move over to the television newscast, and we don't want to do that, so we'll keep it live with severe weather coverage for now on News Channel 15. So we are still continuing on with our severe weather coverage on News Channel 15, as well as on the live streams here on YouTube and through our link on our website and Facebook pages. Let's kind of walk you through this all one more time here as we tighten down on the radar. The tornado warning there for Lawrence County has been dropped. The tornado warning for Edwards and Wabash County continues. I want to take off the rotation tracker rings here for just a moment to give you a clear view of radar with the warnings that we're seeing. And again, that tornado warning box for, now did we just get, maybe we did just get, yes, we have a, no, the tornado warning has been canceled for Lawrence County. So that warning polygon will go away here shortly. Didn't on that refresh, but it will be going out. So disregard that tornado warning polygon there you see in Lawrence County. We're going to go up and down the line here. The tornado warning does continue from about West Salem over to west of Allendale at this point. Those are where the tornado warnings are in play at this point. And I'm not sure what exactly has happened with our bottom third graphic there, where we would be showing you our it will be fine. We'll get it updated here for you, and you'll get to see that warning polygon come back to us here in just a moment. If you give it just a second, we should see the warnings resurface here on the screen, I would suggest. There they come. So those on the television side, we're not seeing the crawl of information, but it's back up now. Sorry for that. Again, as we continue to watch this line unfold, we'll pull out to a broader view. And again, everybody in Mount Carmel is wondering, what is this guy talking about? Because we've not dealt with anything severe weather-wise. Well, here it comes. It's in Albion now. It's in Lawrenceville now. It is moving into through McLeansboro and getting close to Carmi. It will be probably in Carmi and Mount Carmel last, but we tracking any hail? Just occasionally some small hail might be possible. Our rotation tracker rings really aren't depicting much right now, so it's just a matter of what we're going to see as this line moves through. Winds now at 8 miles per hour here at our Wabash Valley College studios. Again, they're coming out of the northwest. We have not had a gust since this morning over 34 miles per hour. As we continue to watch as this line tracks through, we'll go ahead and again shift you down so that you can see everywhere there are warnings, which would be in Lawrence County. Richland County is now out of harm's way, so Richland County is no longer under any warning. We'd love to start clearing counties off of warning lists. So Lawrence, Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, White, and Hamilton are the counties that remain under the warnings. Crawford County and Oblong reported a 71 mile per hour gust earlier here this evening from the weather station there. And again, the tornado watch for all of our area south of US 50 has been extended till 5 a.m., but I think once this line crosses the Wabash River, they will probably clear most of Illinois from the watch. I think that was a little crazy to go that far, but they did, and we reported it, and we'll let you know as that changes. We're getting into the heavy rain, it sounds like, on the outside right now. Our wind has picked up to 12 miles per hour at our Wabash Valley College studios. We are not under the tornado watch here at WVC, but we are under the severe thunderstorm warning at this point. And again, the tornado sirens are sounding here in Wabash County because the protocol is anytime there is a tornado warning, those sirens will sound. And so they're sounding because there's a tornado warning in northern Wabash County. Again, we have still not eclipsed this morning's wind. But look at this now, as we have intense rotation tracker rings showing in Wabash County on our latest radar redraw. Again, that's something that we can sometimes get kind of excited about. Intense rotation can at times mean what it says, intense rotation, which would be where we would be a little bit more susceptible to any sort of tornadic activity, and it's happening right here in northern and western Wabash counties. Two different intense rotation tracker rings showing on the board here. Looking at what the National Weather Service is saying, and we have nothing new to report here. Damaging straight line winds with this line as it approaches could be on the order here over the next few minutes. Heavy rain, certainly, on the outside. We're still holding at about 10 miles per hour at our Wabash Valley College studios in terms of the wind speed. But again, when we see those intense rotation tracker rings show up, we get a little excited. We've seen a lot of them tonight. For some reason, I'm going to turn those off for a moment, and then let's turn on regular rotation. So we're seeing level 2 rotations there, and that would be really in the Belmont area. And where else are we? Up there, kind of in the Lancaster area at this point is where we're seeing them. We now may have a new warning coming across. So the heaviest rain falling right now, the wind gusts still here at the college, not overly significant. We're at 11 miles per hour. And again, when we see those intense rotation tracker rings, it's kind of a little unnerving. So we'll continue to see what is going to come from that. We're seeing no reports in from the National Weather Service on any sort of storm spotter report. The severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County is going to expire at 10:15. So Lawrence County will be dropped from the warning. Heavy rain falling on the outside right now in Mount Carmel. So for those of you wondering where has it been, here it is. It's with you right now. And again, as we see those intense rotation tracker rings in Mount Carmel, we get a little on edge about that. Those are things we don't see very often. So we'll keep an eye on that here over the next few minutes. Hamilton and White counties are under a new severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning until 11 o'clock for southern White and southern Hamilton counties. Hail and damaging winds still remaining the primary threat with those storms. That is the latest in from the Weather Service. The northern office, the Lincoln office, is clear now of all warnings. So anything north of Highway 50, there are no severe warnings at this point. So we are getting clear through there. So let's broaden out the view again on our radar screens so that you can get the bigger picture again. Checking our wind velocity here at the studio, still in the teens. We have not topped any sort of wind over the 30 mile per hour gust we had this morning. So nothing right now, but the heaviest part of the cell is in the Wabash County area right now. We'll see what the latest redraw gives, and what's been kind of crazy for us is that this intense rotation tracker rings are continuing to still be shown on the map in Wabash County, which is a little unnerving, but nothing seems to be in the fear of the National Weather Service. The tornado warnings have expired. Interesting to note that they are issuing a special weather statement for Gibson County. So not a severe thunderstorm warning, so they're not extending the warnings into southwest Indiana at all, and the tornado warnings have now all expired. So we have no tornado warnings in effect for our region at all at this point. The only thing that remains is the severe thunderstorm warnings, and those remain for Wayne, Edwards, Wabash, White, and Hamilton counties. So, a lot of talking tonight, that's for sure. We'll get these updates here across the screen. And again, We're still seeing those intense rotation tracker rings, but we've seen them a little bit more numerously tonight, so we're not, I guess, as concerned about them as maybe we would be otherwise. Let me get all of the stuff redrawn on the board here. You're seeing that level 2 rotation. If I turn off the intense rotation tracker rings and just look at regular rotation, you see the level 2 rotation on those rings in the Mount Carmel, Wabash County area. We don't get too excited about the 2s as much as we do when we see 4s and 5s or higher. So no tornado warnings now in effect across the region, just severe thunderstorm warnings. Still, we are now getting a decent amount of rain. We're up to 1.44 inches of rain for the day here at our Wabash Valley College studios. But our top wind gust for the day still remains at 34 miles per hour, and that was with storms that moved through before 9 a.m. this morning. So we have not recorded a top wind gust of more than that, at least here at our studios in Mount Carmel. Just dealing with heavy rain. There are flooding warnings up to the north. So I said no severe warnings north of Highway 50, but there are flash flood warnings across Effingham, Jasper, and Crawford counties, also northern Clay County in there as well. They were estimating some of those areas could have seen 5 inches or more of rain today. We have been told that when the rain finally does come to an end sometime, and we will see a big respite tomorrow. Once this moves out tonight, we will see some redevelopment of showers and thunderstorms again tomorrow, but that will be tomorrow night. So we'll see a break from the rain through the day tomorrow, and then more rain possible tomorrow night, continuing into the early pre-dawn hours of Wednesday before it ends. And when that is all done, 3 inches of rain could be on the order for at least some of us in that stretch. We'll do a hard redraw of the radar imagery here. Again, the good news to report, we're seeing lesser degrees of rotation than what we were seeing earlier. We're seeing the tornado warnings drop off the board. The severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County has now been canceled, so Wayne County is pretty much cleared. The warning continues until 10:30 for Edwards, Hamilton, Wabash, and White here tonight. And so the White and Hamilton counties, though, do have that second severe thunderstorm warning that they remain under here as well. Looking to see if we have any additional reports here. The tornado watch has officially been dropped in Jasper, Lawrence, and Richland counties. So they're only dealing with flooding north of Highway 50. So only flood advisories up there because of the heavy rain we've seen today. So we were kind of annoyed when the Storm Prediction Center canceled our tornado watch and replaced it. It included Wabash, Edwards, and Wayne counties and points south in a tornado watch until 5 a.m., but it won't be doing anything here at 5 a.m. I know I'm not doing anything here at 5 a.m. Whether the weather is or not remains to be seen. But I think we will be clear, and probably will sound the all clear well before that. The rate of rainfall in Mount Carmel right now has been falling. Let's see what it says. A rate of 1 1/3 inch per hour. 1.33 inches of rain per hour is our rain rate at the moment. We've already eclipsed the 1.5 inch mark since midnight. And again, some more heavy rain appears to come here in Wabash County. All right, slowly winding things down here. The tornado warning sirens are probably no longer firing as the warnings now have been canceled or expired. The severe thunderstorm warnings are all that remain. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes, I believe, until 11 o'clock for southern Hamilton and southern White counties. That's going to be our last probably warning that we'll have to deal with for the night. But again, this warning for Wayne, Edwards, and Wabash counties will go until 10:30 tonight. So kind of recapping as we slowly see this rain begin to push east across the Wabash River. We'll do a hard refresh on the live stream radar feed because it looks a little bit behind. And there you see the heaviest activity now pushing out of the Mount Carmel area. Albion is pretty much in the clear. We're down still in southern Edwards County. We're getting it on out of here. Just a few minutes more, and it will have pushed through our area. I can tell you, we kind of recapping. We had reports of some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts up around Louisville and Clay County. There were reports of structural damage with photos supporting that out of Effingham County. We saw a few other wind gust reports in our area, 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds. That was north and west of our area. Again, Clay County really seemed to see, Marion, Clay, Effingham counties really seemed to see the worst of this earlier. We have had reports of hail, and that came earlier in the day. We had pretty significant hail in the Allendale area, also in Claremont and Olney, West Salem, also in Sumner and Bridgeport. We had quarter size or greater hail in those areas today. The severe thunderstorm warning for Wabash, Edwards, and Hamilton counties is canceled. Therefore, the severe thunderstorm warning only remains for White County in that first warning that was going to go until 10:30. And the second warning, though, for southern White and Hamilton counties does continue until 11 p.m. So that is the latest. 2 counties remain in our severe thunderstorm warning, and that is going to be for White and Hamilton counties. So once we get the all clear on southern White and Hamilton counties, we will probably be in pretty good shape for the rest of the night as we watch this unfold. So here comes another radar redraw. Not yet quite dropping that polygon for Wabash and Edwards counties, but again, that part of the warning has been canceled, as has the warning there for the northern part of White County, I believe, as well. So we'll watch this over the next few minutes, especially as it exits the Mount Carmel area. So the severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30 continues for White County. It will expire at 10:30, and then we also now have a flood advisory for Edwards, Hamilton, Wabash, Wayne, and White counties. That flood advisory saying that flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected. Up to 3 inches of rain have fallen in the area, and that has led to that flood advisory. So here are some storm reports that the Weather Service has brought in. There were reports of 3/4 inch size hail in and around Bridgeport earlier today, as the Weather Service office in central Illinois, located in Lincoln, has really been bombarded more so by warnings today than the rest of the state, so they are catching up on some of that now. So I'll bring you back live here in the studio. Kyle Peach with you. We begin to wind things down. The only warnings that remain are the one warning for White and Hamilton counties, severe thunderstorm warnings until 11 o'clock tonight. We're not seeing nearly as much in the way of rotation. We're not seeing much in the way of hail when the storms at least moved through our area here in Mount Carmel. We only saw the wind gusts peak around 15 to 20 miles per hour. We didn't see anything more than that, at least here at our studios. So that all points towards things beginning to improve. We'll take it back to the radar screen, and again, we'll try to do a hard refresh to see if we can't get those polygons to pop off the screen where they are now no longer in effect, and not quite yet. They're still showing up there, but they're not in effect any longer for Edwards or Wabash counties. Still some rain to fight through tonight before this all winds down. Right now in Mount Carmel, we've picked up 1.57 inches of rain since midnight. Our rate of rain is dropping now to 1/4 of an inch per hour. It peaked at about 1.5 inches per hour there in the heaviest parts of the rain. So we are seeing this begin to wind down a little bit. And once this line clears, I think we'll be safe to sound the all clear, despite the fact that a severe thunderstorm warning was issued, the tornado watch was extended until 5 a.m. Somebody at the Storm Prediction Center, I think, had a laugh about that. That was a little excessive. But nonetheless, they did extend it much further south, down into parts of Mississippi. Didn't really see the reason to extend it up here past 11 o'clock, which is when it was initially issued for. If they would have left it alone at 11 here, I think it would have been just fine. You now see that Mount Carmel and Wabash County, as well as Edwards County, that polygon has disappeared. It was canceled some time ago. And the only warning that remains, we have White County under a severe thunderstorm warning until the northern section, including Carmi, until 10:30. The southern section of Hamilton and White counties are under warnings until 11 o'clock. So we'll shift a little further south here so you can kind of get a better view of that area where the warnings are mostly in play. So you can see that, again, the heaviest activity is now contained to the southern part of our viewing area, where the only warnings remain. Again, once these storms have reached the Wabash River, the National Weather Service has not extended any warnings into Indiana. They are only giving them basically what amounts to be a strong storm advisory there. Now let's see here. In Sumner, we are hearing a report of thunderstorm wind damage from a train spotter, but it doesn't allow us to see what that is, other than there is a report of thunderstorm wind damage in the Sumner area. That would have been from earlier in the night, but nothing new here from the Weather Service or storm spotters on these remaining storms. So we are patiently awaiting. Move, storms, move. Get out of Carmi and McLeansboro and out of White and Hamilton counties, and we'll be better. Let's broaden out the view. We'll give you the big picture here one more time to allow you to see just what we're seeing as this line crosses the Wabash River into southwest Indiana. Be interested to see if White and Hamilton counties warning isn't dropped a little sooner at some point. But that is all that we have left at this point, is that severe thunderstorm warning. For White and Hamilton counties, we've had no storm spotter reports with anything in there, just some very weak level rotation. Going to turn off rotation, turn on the hail tracker just briefly. We've not seen much in the way of hail with these storms tonight. The hail came earlier in the day, and we're not seeing much there either with hail at this point. So, again, it is White and Hamilton counties that have that warning until 11 o'clock, the southern parts of those counties. But again, no tornado warnings in play. What we're going to attempt to do is allow our news broadcast to resume. We haven't got to show you the late version of the news tonight like we would normally do, so we'll try to do that at 10:30 and resume our normal broadcast on television. Of course, we will hop in and let you know if there's anything more you need to know about, plus having the information scrolling on the bottom of your screen. And we will kick it over to the news on television, and then shortly probably wrap it up here as well on the News Channel 15 live stream, with these warnings still in play, but no tornado warnings being active. So the severe thunderstorm warning, once again, for White and Hamilton counties continues for about another 30 minutes until 11 o'clock. And for those of you still with us here on the live stream on YouTube, we are again going to kind of wrap up our coverage here as well. With no tornado warnings on the board, we will leave the radar up on the screen. If anything should change, if there would be any more additional information that would come in on these storms in White and Hamilton counties, we'll break in and let you know about that. We do expect the tornado watch to be dropped fairly quickly once this line has cleared our region. So this is it. The once this line passes, we will be out of harm's way for the night. So we'll go ahead and wrap up our live streaming coverage here tonight on our YouTube page, through Facebook and the like. We'll leave the radar up on the screen and update you again live if anything else comes in you need to know about. But for the most part, things are winding down tonight, and once this line exits the region, White and Hamilton counties the last to see any warnings. We will be in the all clear. Updates as needed. Thanks for joining us tonight. Kyle Peach for News Channel 15.